Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. It is 7:28 p.m. in Liberia, and today, of course, as you know, is a very historic day in our country as Liberians went to the polls and voted yet again for their president. We had an election on October 10th, and that election did not result in the outright victory for one of the 20 candidates. Two of them faced off in the runoff, which is our way. And so that the polls have been closed now for now 30 minutes. And we're here tonight on Election Next Special, Liberia Decides, with a still panel. These show panelists, we have with us. All very familiar faces and hosts. Benton, thank you very much. And on the 7th, Henry Carter. So what we're going to do for the first round, the numbers have already begun coming in. And because of course, many of these places, most of them have already been counted. You have the numbers, so we're going to be giving you the numbers in real time, and we're going to be giving you aggregates as well, coming from very privileged sources, but strictly in line with what the numbers look like all and about across the country. So, guys, let's first start with what's the assessment of election? That's how we. That's come to my mind. It was peaceful, which is good. Contrary to all of the, all of the hype, all of the noise that was being made from both sides, right? It was peaceful, which is good. It shows the maturity of our democracy. And the other thing is the turnout. Something has happened clearly. Possibly that maybe people are kind of just tired and they just want this thing to come and be over with. But I think the key word is peaceful, and that's what we're looking for. Let's go peaceful. Peace is everything. What do you, Mr. Taylor? What happens usually characterizes runoff elections? I mean, it seems to be pretty pronounced in the runoff. What do you say to that?
Well, I think you said it right. I think that we expected almost now. However, it seems a little bit more than expected. So we're really pleased to see the numbers there. And like in some areas where we know that the teams are, there's kind of a high turnout, whereas in other areas the turnout being very, very low. So I think it met our expectations. Right now, we just need to see the numbers, percentages today. I think once 2 or 3 constituencies start coming in, we'll get a general sense of what the turnout really was. One thing I would say is that the process was faster than normal, so I don't believe that affected how many people were in line because of the magnitude of the vote. And then everything else was really in our out. I think the longest thing was that you're finding on the border was I voted and I was out in the process. So let's see, we need to see the numbers develop.
The numbers will paint the picture for us, and definitely the numbers online. When in live, numbers online. Let's go to Middle Market. Middle Market, there was great enthusiasm in the first round. Record turnout, or say record number of people voted in the first round, a little over 2 million. Why do you think that enthusiasm a few weeks ago didn't come into the runoff?
Well, I listened to what I did today. The first round was going to be introduced as the Senate races, the Senate race, the presidential. This was going to be very important. The presidential. After that, The second one typically is becomes 10 o'clock, based on the 2 hours it also indicates that a lot of the neutrals stay away from the post pitting CDC isolation in their pocket. And so there's a smaller amount of liquidity on the interest in the outcome of the second one. Those would be my two main positions of the numbers. Like you can suggest that process and I said, first of all, in elections, this is just an election, so people have to move in and out of the business, but we're still finding other ideas.
Let's think about it. Let's come to talking. And the number of people who have talked, who are often talked, but talking represents someone said earlier today, and people making 8 to 10% of the voters. Do you think that's one of the factors that contributed to what is seen as the low turnout?
Well, I think one of the low turnout is what you saw voting. I think we did it. They have the one that made it. Way back. How does that reach you? Yeah, people are talking about this will happen, that will happen. So when you saw sharing the market, not maybe put the chair in that application. Hopefully, I think what happened, but we say that it was people out of the world here. I mean, professionally demonstrated and staff and everywhere.
Thanks for that. Jeff, let's come to you. CC voters, because this runoff between the two parties, CC voters are generally highly enthusiastic. They come out to their rallies on short notices. They bring their own t-shirts, they go out the canvas. They usually come out to vote. The Union Party supporters, any of them, huge chunk of supporters that they got in, the vote they got in the first round could be accounted for by what you call sympathizers. Sympathizers aren't as motivated and enthusiastic as fanatical diehard supporters. Do you think with this significantly what we now see is a significant low turnout? Do you think that could really hurt you in the market?
The difference between CDC supporters and CDC supporters spend very hard, and I believe it after follow through the mechanisms, believing in what we deserve. We need to take the actual sympathizer or maybe something else, but you have to recognize for example, the rally they have. You ask for trouble. You ask for trouble, right? And then the rally that actually sorry, I had difficulties. And after the rally, the whole town went quiet. And then I you know, about the supporters. Couple of days ago, I called and I supporters. I don't see that. So I believe shocking in this election, we're gonna see and coming in shocking them.
So yes, I think you're right. You're taking a point here. Let's go to Tomlin George. Tomlin, Jeff is talking about trucking. What do you think? What role do you think trucking play in this? Obviously, we can see. I mean, we're gonna
wait to see the final numbers, right? But it's clear. It clearly shows here that the turnout is not as high as it was on the first ballot. What do you think the role and how heavy you think trucking played a role in the the dwelling of the numbers that we're seeing today?
Well, I think the trucking played President role because most of the polling stations that we visited today, especially in Margibi, Paso, and Monserrato, it shows that you saw the outcome of chalking. It was virtually empty. And then one other thing I wanted to say is that apparently the first round angered the CCC party, the partisans. They got more momentum. I saw them more momentum, enthusiasm in the runoff and in the first round. And it came on numbers. So they were present at the various polling stations and were there before. As compared to the opposition side, they were focused mostly on propaganda and instilling fear in the voters. And it might have undermined them because some people have stayed away because of what it was said. So as a result, we saw that trucking, they didn't have the money to transport the partisans back to vote. It affected them, and it will be indicated in the outcome of this race.
Sure. And you just hit an important point. I want
Celia to build on something.
that you just talked about. The runoff, which party did you see the most passion with? Did you see the passion on the Unity Party side or the CDC side? Because clearly, Commonly just alluded to something that he believes that the results from the first round, it's almost like an angered seditions, right? And let's also be clear, George, we have won the first round with such a high voter turnout, which traditionally high voter turnouts don't favor incumbents. So what do you think about that? Where do you think the passion rested going into it?
Well, I think there was passion on both sides, and this election has been a very, very passionate election, a very emotional election, and sometimes a very aggressive election. So both sides were very passionate. I think what we saw in the second round was a little bit of a momentum shift, because there was this whole notion in the first round that, I will say this, everybody is on one side, and if you're not on that one side, you're against the country, or the majority are on one side, and if you're not a part of that majority, you don't love the country. But we saw that argument was totally broken by the results of the election, because actually CDC won the first round. So I think that kind of got Seditians out of their shell more and made them a little bit more active, increased their momentum, and just made them come out more and campaign harder. So both sides were passionate, but I think, yes, indeed, there was a little bit of a momentum shift in favor of CDC, which helped them. The results of the first round of the election just validated their position and gave them standing to be able to make all the noise that they should rightfully have been making the first round. So
You're right. And I want to make Patrick to talk about passion. You just spoke about passion, team. And do you think, with all of what had been drummed up, right? If we even go back in this process, MD, the formation of the CPP, the breakup of the CPP, the opposition coming together, the opposition breaking apart, the Unity Party leave of what we may want to consider the anti-WIA movement. Still though, and for me, that is the key thing here. George Weah still had more votes than Joe Biden in the first round. What do you think, as far as passion is concerned, like she rightly said, right? Do you think Seditians just made a decision that, look, we may not be 100% happy with our government, but we're not replacing our government with Unity Party? Is that what you think happened here?
No, I think, the opposition lost the Liberian public. The political class, the political actors are fewer than the general Liberian, right? Not Liberian people who just want to pay insurance, school fees, iron the clothes, go to church on Sunday. The regular people sort of lost interest in the whole change agenda, which can be put down to GMB inability to carry everyone along. He put up a good performance. He got almost all of the anti-WIA votes. those who decided that they're going to, vote against Weah didn't split the votes, which is why one of the reasons CPP did so poorly. So you can't now say this election was forced into a second round because the opposition votes were divided. They were all concentrated. The anti-Weah votes, that segment, because there is an aspirational opposition that's born out of ambition, new candidates testing the field to see how they, whether or not they can get the executive mansion, first comers. There's that opposition. Then there's the traditional and real opposition, which is the one that's threatening the incumbent, the so-called anti-Weah bloc. That bloc went with Waka. And Waka also managed in the last minute steal to get the base of PYJ as well.
Okay.
So the anti-Weah voters, PYJ base, substantially, I think the results are out now, substantially, the Bromsky votes went with Waka. The anti-Weah segment of the Bromsky votes went with Waka.
Okay.
But with all of these new additions, growth of around 400,000 voters, he still couldn't find 50 plus 1.
Yeah.
Meaning the change votes are simply not there.
Yeah.
You can't get it. Despite a very broad alliance that spanned key vote regions of the country, it also tells you that JMP was coming from such a low base that you have all these factors playing in your favor and you still can't find 50 plus 1. Now, coming into the second round, the United Party made a strategic blunder. The United Party made, do we have a problem with the microphone?
So we have to go to this room. No, you have to put yours on.
It was
Oh,
on.
good, okay.
Okay, I think the United Party made a strategic blunder. They were supposed to walk a fine line between urging caution,
Yeah.
pressuring the government, and absolutely demobilizing and demoralizing their base. They demotivated their base. They basically have communicated over the last 2 weeks that these elections will be stolen, that the matter has been decided.
Yeah.
And that sort of made people say, it became clear to people, and also there's a psychology that comes with we are winning the plurality of the votes. People. One of the most strongest force that move voters is this desire to be like their neighbors, to be like what's in fashion. And when the votes came out, the plurality of the Liberian who had said they prefer to return the president, it basically sent a signal to the Liberian people that no, most people want to keep the president, so therefore I'm not going to be on this background. So bandwagon. Then the next thing is that in the allocation of resources and time, the United Party sort of overemphasized vote protection and propaganda at the detriment of mobilization and turnout. CDC, was superb in maintaining the balance between both, where they kept the mobilizers mobilizing and then planned to man their votes. Now we have this thing where the United Party has a fancy system to protect votes that they didn't earn, votes that they didn't turn out.
Yeah.
It's like having a diamond protection case, but you actually don't own that.
Thank you, MB. I want Tommy and Josh to come in on something here. I want us to go back to tonight.
Yeah.
Tommy, what are you looking, first of all, it's either going to be re-elected President George Weah, right? Or it's going to be newly elected President Joseph Boakai. What are you looking for tonight? What are you going to, because definitely we're going to start talking about some numbers, right? The numbers are starting to pour in. I think our data folks are crunching those numbers. We want to be very clear. We want to be very careful. We don't want to announce things that are, it's not, we're not trying to do no gotcha here. We want the Liberian people to get a clear sense of what is actually happening, right? So Tommy, I want to ask you, what are you going to be looking for tonight? Which counties are you looking at? Which counties which districts or which districts in these counties you're going to be looking at, and you're going to be able to say, you know what, this thing looks like George Weah is on his way to re-election?
First of all, I'm looking at the Southeast. And the numbers that I've seen so far, that is trend continues. But the government is increasing as well. Southeast completely, that's a good sign. That's going to be a long night for the Unity Party. And also, I'm looking at the Bassa belt. If the number in Bassa is also increasing, for George Weah, I know he's on to be re-elected. And then look at Kidmount. If Kidmount, what I'm saying so far, if Kidmount flips, it might flip. I've seen if the trend continues, it will flip to CDC and also Margidi. If those two counties flip, And amongst the router too, the numbers I'm also seeing, if that number, big trend continues, I can tell you, it'll be a very long night for Unity Party, and you see a re-elected George Weah before midnight.
Thank you, Tom and George. And let's also announce to our many viewers and listeners across the country and around the world. My host is just went back and came back. But let's just announce that we are going to be talking about some of these numbers. We will project some of them on the screen. You will get a chance to see actively what is happening in these counties as these numbers start to trickle in. We'll get a chance to look at to see where the voters are going, Henry. To see where the voters are going, especially when you look at the option of the low voter turnout. Like I said, Monserrato, George Weah lost Monserrato narrowly. It was not a surprise, but some people say it was a surprise, right? Because he was running against history. No ruling party has won Monserrato.
Well, no, I think it was a surprise.
Okay.
Guys, I'm pretty sure you would agree with me. It was a surprise, I think so. Monserrato is what the University of Liberia students would call the macrocosm of the larger society. It is the county that hosts the political capital. It is where it is the political theater. And so oftentimes the ruling establishment loses. And they lose by a large margin.
True.
But in this case, George Weah lost it by a very insignificant margin, which means he did something that we haven't seen in a long time. So that's why I agree with you that it looks like he's going to flip or has flipped Monserrato.
And what does that say? If Monserrato is flipped, Peabody, if Monserrato is flipped, is it over for Balkan?
Absolutely. I mean, because we see in the first round, he did the first round, he did very well. So if Monserrato, that they consider to be one of the stronger area, I mean, take for example, he won this in the first round, very high margin, and then to see that flip at this time, it's going to be difficult, in terms of you regaining the kind of vote that you need to win. I mean, Monserrato is gone. If Monserrato is gone, and places like the two we talk about, that would be a long night, very difficult for them.
Henry, I want to ask T a question and then Kev. Nimba and Lofa. That's Joe Boyka's firewall, right? At least some of the early
They got into the runoff.
say what you want to say, right? Nimba got Joe Boyka into the runoff. Without Nimba, I don't think he would have. It would have been a blowout, right? Say what you want to say, but from the early exit polling and exit, information that we have gathered, is that the turnout in these two counties were very low. Does that smell trouble for Boyka? Is there a way he can win the whole thing if those turnout are extremely low and then the CDC is competitive in Lofa and also in Nimba? What's the pathway there?
Here's my take on it quickly before Celia comes in. And the fact that the Southeast, the numbers from the Southeast seem to indicate that the turnout was much higher. And it doesn't surprise me because most of them, they're predominantly CDC supporters and they're more enthusiastic voters. So the numbers in the Southeast seem to indicate that the turnout was higher. Now, sadly for Joe Boyka, the turnout in Nimba and Lofa, low, very low. And CDC seems to have done better in Nimba from the numbers we've seen so far. And they're being competitive in the places that they were previously competitive and doing even better than first. That's just bad for you.
Yeah. So I would just say when you look at the numbers from the first round, UP, there was a high turnout in both Lofa and Nimba. And even with the high turnout in Lofa and Nimba and a high turnout in the Southeast, CDC was able to close all of the margins in both Lofa and Nimba. What we're seeing here today should be very worrying for Unity Party because you're seeing a decent turnout in the Southeast with a low turnout in Lofa and Nimba with the same margins in Lofa and Nimba.
Yeah.
So that should tell you that if this trend continues,
you will see that the CDC will not only be able to close the gap from LOPA and NIMBA because of the low turnout, but they will be able to cover any other losses in any of the other counties and win the election. So I heard Reverend Peabody talk about, if Monserrato flips, there will be, it will be a sign of trouble for Unity Party, but I don't agree. I believe that, it will not be close enough to have serious trouble. I mean, the gap won't be large enough to have serious trouble, but the Southeast is the problem. The Southeast has 307,000, I believe, registered voters, and that is the same amount that NIMBA has. So that can easily cover any single gains from anywhere around the country. So yes, UP should be worried if this turnout continues at this rate.
I couldn't agree with you. I couldn't agree more with you, Talia. The Montserrat, even if it flips, doesn't win. Doesn't necessarily. I mean, CC doesn't need Montserrat.
True. That is
What they did there was good enough. On the meeting that they could, but I believe that, as Dr. Peabody said, however, from the look of things, CDC may have flipped Montserrat. Well, yeah, they may have.
That would be huge, though.
Yeah, I mean, we were getting results from a place of Mama Point, for example, a place that predominantly votes Unity Party. But those results seem this time more competitive than they were in the first round, which is bad for you.
The question that I would like to ask, because there's a pathway for CDC winning this election without NIMBA on the front.
Obviously, they only needed to improve their
Margins in
Massa, in
Rosas, in Bong, in Mali.
that's all.
So there's a pathway for Unity Party winning the election without winning big in those NIMBA.
No, there's no pathway.
No,
there's no pathway.
And that's why I said earlier, this is gonna come down to who got their people out. It's gonna be a get out the vote election. It's a GOTV operation. The problem with the definition of unity, last time I listened to Alvar, he's gung ho on poll watching. He's gung ho on those sort of things, but very little emphasis placed, or just every day, asking Mama Musuto, ask Mama Mata to come out. A lot of emphasis was not placed on just getting the boys, the low mobilization, they do go door to door and say, this did not work, let's do the last push. And whenever you talk to the Unity Party strategists, they just felt that the only problem here is, can you get the same guy that trucked the last group of people to truck them back? That is not nearly enough. Simply reversing trucking will not address the entire slack, the usual slack that happens during the second round. And in some of these counties, rural LOFA, rural NIMBA, it's really difficult to get around. You need some enthusiasm, you need to invest in ground campaigning, you need people to influence people and get them out. GOTV, just good old door-to-door, knocking the pavement, knocking on doors and having conversations in the villages would have done it. You don't need anything fancy. You don't need to be going to war with ECOWAS and so on and so forth. Like I said, you people put too much money in building the fence. They didn't plant much rice in the fence to protect it. Just say you want to protect votes, but you have to earn votes before you protect it.
Thank you, Manny. I'm telling you guys, some of these numbers we are getting. I mean, we will start to talk about them, right, Henry?
Yeah.
At some point, but we're letting the data center crush them first. But I'm telling you, this is
What I'm hearing and what I'm saying, come on, bombing is going to swing him for now. So it probably Ellen.
Doesn't surprise me because even though UP won in the first round, but it was by a small margin. Bach was the same thing. It was 1,456. So that's pretty small.
Yeah, and I just want to add to what you're saying is that it will flip because a lot of people want to be on the winning side. And we should not underestimate the effect of CDC coming up higher in the first round.
yes.
That will make people change their mind. That will motivate others who didn't come out to vote the first time to come out to vote and say, look, these
I thought
guys
that was
actually have a
Yeah.
chance. Why? We've been misled here. You know, a lot of us also were surprised. Didn't expect CDC to come out as competitive as they came out in the first round. So I'm not surprised.
But you guys get free coming push up. One thing here was mentioned, that UP had a whole week not carrying the message through. They were pretty much attacking individuals.
But do I talk to him?
Attacking the shot. And as far as ECOWAS, but we're not really getting the message out. Yeah.
They did it for Ghana because I wasn't running for
They
president.
were barking up the wrong tree. And while CDC was working.
Right.
And so the work is paying off.
Yeah.
Look, guys, these numbers. I mean, people said, well, FOIA was going to go back to Joe Walker, but the numbers look like FOIA even they dug in.
Yeah.
I mean, what's up with FOIA, guys?
Because what happens, like I said, the CDC guys, they were more aggressive in the runoff in the campaign strategies. They were angry and they came up. In fact, they focused at the time on counties that they did well. They came out. CDC sent a strong team that came out to get that county back. I won't be surprised. I saw that delegation, that team, and I saw what they were doing in Bond County. The vice president, the girl Joe Petty, she worked so hard this time around in the Bond County and it's in Magibbi and Lofa County. She worked so hard, but she was hardly in the city. And it's also, just don't forget, in FOIA, the guys reinforced the strategy and perform. I think they will outperform what they did in the first round. So we'll be surprised.
Tony, you're right. Let's talk about Bone County, but I also want us to talk about the Basso Belt.
Yeah.
Let's also not forget, right, that CDC has been able, right, to rack up about 98% of the major endorsements from the Basso Belt. Wesonga Finlay, Charlene Bromskin, what's his name? Just name them, right? You were talking about Bone County.
Yeah.
Clearly, there were some issues in Bone County with the numbers that came out in the first round. The CDC won the county, but there was some, but by 10,000, right? But there was some fraction, right? With the coming on of Henry Yala, and then I will want, once you talk about it, because he's from Bone, to talk about the what plays in Bone. The friends of Johnny, even though Senator-elect Johnny Payne did not do an endorsement, but his machinery endorsed the CDC.
Yeah.
Talk about that, and then also throw some light on the Basso Belt.
Yes, as soon as they were announced that we're going for a runoff, the Bond County strategy for the CDC intensified. In fact, most of those in the CDC from Bond County spent the last 2 weeks in Bond County. I can tell you, most of the young folks from Bond County that's in government, they were in Bond County, and you and I was with Mr. 12. When the lady called to update us about Bond County, and then the vice president too, she played a pivotal role. She was in Bond County. She got endorsement from some of the independent candidates, Mona Briggs and others. They all joined forces with Henry Yala, and I won't be surprised again. Bond County number will go up, and Magibbi too will flip because the problem they had in Magibbi was resolved, and we saw a united front in Magibbi.
All right, guys and lady, we've talked a lot about we've discussed a lot of, all the forces that went into the runoff, and now it's time at 8 o'clock. I think it's time we begin to show some numbers to our viewers so they can see for themselves. Not only are we going to call these numbers, we're going to call some of them out, but we're going to show them some actual tally sheets up on the screen. Ladies and gentlemen, those of you watching and those of you listening in Radio Land, welcome to Election Special with a distinguished panel of Liberian political commentators, politicians, and we're discussing the runoff election which happened today, and to decide, Liberians went to decide whether President Weah should be given a second term or whether Joe Walker should be given an opportunity. So they were deciding between a 57-year-old president and an 80-year-old former vice president. And it looks like, from what we see so far, these numbers favor the incumbent. So, ladies and gentlemen, at this point, we're going to go up on our screen to the magic wall and begin to show you some of these numbers, so you see exactly where we come from with the numbers, but while we're at it, we're going to show you. So guys, let's go to Lofa. Let's begin with Lofa. We have some results here from Lofa County. And we have some results here from Lofa County. Okay, this is that the FOIA one? Yeah, so let's go to FOIA. This is district number 1. Tamatela Public School. We have 124 votes for Unity Party and 190 votes for CDC at Tamatela School. Then we go to, okay, that's 4, yeah? So at this point, we'll just sample through some of the talent. Yeah, exactly. We have Rallytown Market.
This is district number 8, 165 for Unity Party, and 231. Good. So you wanted to call it from over here? Yeah, we use a microphone. Yes. Let's do thank you. Fantastic. Thank you very much. I will contact you.
So, as you can see up here, 94 votes here for Unity Party, and this is in district number 8, that's Rallytown. District number 8, Rallytown Market, 94 votes for Unity Party. Thanks.
Technical glitch.
Huh?
Technical glitch.
Okay, sorry about that. Sorry about that, folks. So let's go back here. Are we good, guys? Good, fantastic. Okay, we should take a little break.
Yeah.
Guys, stay put, we will be right back. We're taking a little break to sort some technical issues out. We feel like.
Okay, the lighting guys.
The lighting. So we're gonna go to Monrovia Demonstration School, district number 8. This is Montserrat County. UP 106 votes, CDC 126 votes. We're gonna go to Monrovia Demonstration School again. This, I believe, is another polling place. District number 8. Unity Party 97 votes, CDC 152 votes. District number 8 again. This is another polling place. Polling place number 2, Monrovia Demonstration School. This time is a little is close. Unity Party 202, CDC 199. Guys, you've seen in the past. District number 8, Monrovia Demonstration School. This is polling place number 4. I believe we already called this one earlier. Let's go to district number 5. Polling place number 1. CDC 103, UP 127. They won this district in the first round, let's go to district number 5 again. Polling place number 4. Unity Party 70 votes, CDC 94 votes. We go to district number 8, Monrovia Free Pentecostal Church, I believe, a church or school or something. This is very close. Unity Party 202, CDC 201. So we go to district number 8 again, Rallytown Market. CDC 231 votes, Unity Party 165 votes. District number 1, polling place number 7, CDC 190 votes. This is Kambatila Public School. I believe this must be Lofa. Unity Party 124 votes. That is for you. We'll go to polling place number 7, district number 1, Kamatila Public School in Foya. That's the same thing. We go to Roof L. Reeves, district.
Which county is this? Roof L. Reeves, this particular place, Unity Party does 127 votes, CEDC 91 votes. So we have lots of other results here that are not tally sheet that people send to our chat room. But guys, let me come to you. How do you guys see the numbers so far? All the numbers that have come in the chat, in the chat room, the numbers we have. What do you guys make of this so far?
Well, especially in Lofa, as in Lofa, CDC is being competitive in Lofa. I see they are coming. They're not just being blown out in Lofa. They are making progression in Lofa, like as compared to the southeast where they are blowing the UP up. They are not being blown out in Lofa. So I think it's on the trending numbers we're getting. I think CDC is being competitive in Unity Party stronghold.
Good. I'm going to throw this question out there. People were shocked that CDC won 4. I wasn't. I expected them to win. Also do very well, but not win. But they did win the first round. And some people thought that in the second round, when, second round, there's a tendency that the election comes into full focus. And people tend to focus on ethnicity and a number of factors. And people thought that Foya would have swayed back to Unity Party. But clearly these results do not seem to suggest that. Why do you guys think Foya seems to be very entrenched and emboldened to vote for for the CC?
Well, I guess this is the charm offensive, the dividends of the charm offensive led by Thomas Farmer, but definitely supported by a lot of the government. So you have Moses Cody there. You also have the Controller General, Jalaku, and they've been working they've been working that county, and not just Fully, I think the results from other parts of the county will also show a strong performance of the CDC. Remember that the senatorial is still, being, disputes around the senatorial is still being heard at the neck. But last time I checked, Moses Colley was very competitive, running on the CDC, getting some 37,000 votes, with about 70 or 78 votes separating he and the eventual winner, the independent Cyrus Momo. And so Lofa, to a large extent, is a different county than the one Joe Buckeye is used to. And in the second round, we didn't see any real push from the opposition leader to energize Lofa. I guess he sacrificed Lofa for external mobilizational resources and focus in Montserrat.
I think, Coach, that I think look, it's quite simple. I think President we have done a great job in Lofa. We saw the presence of Thomas Falah. We saw the street lights. We saw other community projects.
The paved roads,
and all of that. I think
the city hall,
all of that. I think that people Lofa has resolved and said, look, man, it's time to show some kind of gratitude for the work that the president did, and that's what we're seeing.
There was this mantra, Miss to hear it, that was being chanted very lively in Lofa, especially Foya, development over tradition. How do you interpret that?
I think that's just the reality on the ground right now. You have a youthful population. They're not thinking about, I wouldn't say they don't respect tradition. I believe we do respect tradition, but we want to see the bread and butter issues being dealt with. Is you thinking about what you can see as in your present and what your future looks like over the things of the past. So you have been vice president for 12 years, and the people didn't even have a town hall. Flashback to President Weah, who is not even from Lofa, and you see all of this development happening. You see President Weah being inclusive. He has people from Lofa in his government, people from Nimba in his government. You see them coming back and giving back to the county, giving back to their towns. Of course you will go in that direction, And then there's another thing that I have seen which has been happening in this second round, where people are voting based on who they know. Half of those people who live in Koya or even live in the wider areas of Lofa, they don't know how to reach Ambassador Boyka. They don't know how to reach him. They don't have any link to him. But then they have a link to Thomas Falah. They have a link to Moses Colley. They know how to reach these people. So they're going for the people that they know that they can reach, that can touch their lives, over figures of their imagination to a certain extent, who are not present and who don't have a hand or a mark in the county. So people are choosing development over tradition. And I think we should follow that footstep, as in general in Liberia.
So Lofa or Foya didn't betray Joe or Uncle Joe, but they simply chose development over tradition. Brilliant. Now, folks, these numbers indicate one thing. The Liberian people want continuity. All the political punditry that was proffered, all the commentaries, the Liberian people spoke, I think, very clearly and loudly. They first chose between two candidates, the ruling party, those who wanted George Weah out, rally behind Joe Buckeye. Those who wanted President Weah to stay on, continue the job, they rallied behind him. And this, it looks to me like the people who want Weah in or to stay in are more motivated and enthusiastic than those who want him out. Because if the Liberian people truly, and this is what I'm going to throw out there, and each of you can chime in on it. If the Liberian people wanted George Weah out, as the opposition loudly said and profited, why didn't they come out in this runoff overwhelmingly to get President Weah out? What do you guys say? Let's start with you, Chairman George.
Well, for what I noticed is that during the runoff, of those who voted against President Weah, he received more positive votes from those who rejected him in the first round. I don't know what was the cause, but I noticed that as I also went in the campaign trail with some of Sir Joseph, I noticed that district that he lost, people were agreeing to change their mind. They were focused on re-electing him, and they were pointing out to some of the positive things they saw in his administration, and also the fear that was instilled in the population by the Unity Party. Some people said every day they get up, they were saying that if this thing don't happen, if they don't win, they will do this, do that. I think it undermined their own interests. As a result, the people that came out today were those who believe in President Weah and wanted to continue to govern this country. So I think the UP did the harm to themselves by issuing threats every day, issuing threats.
Guys, it is now unfair to say that times have been hard. No one can say times have been hard. Times have been hard in the US. It's some global inflation, global market forces which cause prices to go up and all these things. Do you think the Liberian people, by these numbers, are considerate of the fact that even though times are hard, which we know are not necessarily caused by the system here or the policies here or the actions here, do you think they're able to still discern that yes, times are hard, but look at what George Weah has been able to accomplish, and we would like him to stay on to continue to do these things? What kind of message do you guys think President Weah has received from the Liberian people? Tell me, I would like to hear you, China. Well, how should he take this victory?
Well, I think the people, a lot of times we find ourselves speaking for the people, but the people know their situations. Hard time didn't start in Liberia today.
No.
It didn't start 5 years ago, it didn't start 6 years ago. Hard time been in Liberia. So people are not blaming President Weah for their current situation because they know what they've been going through. Things have steadily been on a downturn in Liberia from Ebola time. So I think genuinely people are realistically looking at their situations. They're not pointing and shifting blames. They see the efforts that President Weah is making, on a daily basis with tangible things you can see, things you can touch, things are touching their daily life, the students, the young people, recreation, and all of those things that you can see and you can feel. So they understand that he is delivering on the things that he promised to deliver on. They understand as well that everything cannot be solved in one day. So the message that I have heard is simple. Give him another 6 years. It does not take 6 years to rebuild all of what has been destroyed in Liberia. And I think that is what is happening right now. The people believe in him, they're giving him another chance, and they have confidence that he will be able to deliver.
Yes, but there's also another message that the Liberian people send. The country, whether you like it or not, President Weah looks poised to secure a second term in office. However, the schisms, albeit political, seem to have been pronounced by these election results. Deep division. Do you think this divide is something that's going to last, or you think it's going to fizzle out after the new government or the same government is given a new lease, in office? Do you think this is real, deep, substantive division, or is just political and it's going to fade away quickly?
I think the division will fade away because you have to look at President Weah's approach to criticism, look at his approach to being opposed. So Lofa voted overwhelmingly against him in 2017. What was his response? Intense, sustained focus, charm, offensive, massive investment. His strategy has been, I will continue to get closer to people who are hostile. So with looking at that, Lofa, you had around 80% going for JMB in 2017. Now, I think the last time we checked it, it was about 20 some odd percent swung to the president, and JMB went down to 50 something.
56%.
56%, that's massive. And this is, you can use that as an indication of what will happen in the future. A lot of the people who are hostile, a lot of the people who are opposed to this president out of fear, will drop that fear after he's elected tonight, and the president himself will take intentional steps to expand his base so that he has a stable second term upon which to deliver a legacy, for his name.
I think also there is, I think also is an opportunity for President who wins the election, be an opportunity for him to again bring Liberians together. That would depend on the.
When you bring Liberians together, do you mean, like some people have said, well, a government of inclusion, or he should consider bringing other Liberians from out. But of course, on the basis of marriage.
Yes, absolutely. Bring other people in. I mean, he already doing that to bring other people who.
Reach out more.
Yeah, I know this was a tense election. There was a very difficult time. We saw friends and family being divided. I think after this is said and done, there will be an opportunity to bring it together like he did in Lofa. They rejected him. He went there, good, they're back. He used to do good. So
let's go to the Southeast. Without the Southeast, George Weah perhaps would not have become president. And without the Southeast, it appears that George Weah perhaps will not have secured what looks like a second term in office. Now, there are those who say, why is the Southeast so loyal? Yes, he's their son. But then they say, well, perhaps, he wasn't going to do so well there, but he did very well in the first round. And it looks like he did perhaps even, he outdid himself in the Southeast in the runoff. I've been told that one of the reasons why the president was looking to counties like Lofa and other places to do roads and do projects there, they were saying, you people are my people. So let me focus on the other people in the first term, so that in the second term, I will come to you. Does that make sense, guys?
Yeah.
Should the Southeast look forward to goodies from the president now that he's very probably, he very probably has been re-elected?
More important than the shift in public opinion on the ground is external acceptance. So the Washington establishment coming out clearly with MCC to say, we now have confidence in the government. We can now move forward, because investors are also going to use that as an objective assessment. So whatever the National Investment Commission folks are doing, trade missions and so on and so forth, it's undermined when you don't have credible, independent data. Of course, everyone's going to say invest in my country. But if you have a third-party source like MCC telling you that this is a country with prudent financial management, then of course you can move the big bucks in. And any question around President Weah's ability to keep the peace and keep the country stable will vanish tonight when the results return. And when people see how, I think our partners are very satisfied with the way these elections have been conducted. This is the first post-on-mill election. This is handled by Liberian authorities on their own, of course, with some support from the outside world, but not nearly as was needed in the elections that took place under EJS. So I think the second term will be more prosperous. Of course, you don't have the disease. You now have a government that's been given a green light by the international establishment that can now serve as a catalyst for private sector. The real money is in the international private sector, but they follow credible institutions like the U.S. government and development entities. So Liberia is really set on a path, and if we wrap these elections in a peaceful way and we move forward, and that's why you're starting to see in the desperate rhetoric that's being put out by the United Party, a very well calculated attempt to put a dent on the image of these elections. You see, ridiculous claims and assertions and allegations of crime, but the coordination with the international partners has been stellar. Well, they have confidence in this process.
They give him thumbs up.
They basically said President Weah is a Democrat. The institutions in Liberia are functional. They're clearly capable. Liberians have reached this over 20 years of peace and stability. So the next term on the way, the groundwork has been laid for prosperity, not just for the Southeast.
Thank you very much. Folks, if you're watching, well, once a welcome. If you're listening via radio, we've been aired on a number of radio stations across the country. We're very sorry we had some technical issues there that decided to beset us. But this is an all-important night for Liberians. It's historic, as Demoy said. This is our first election without any foreign troops present on our soil. Exactly, that we organize ourselves, and the international community in unanimity said, look, thumbs up. The Americans, the Europeans, ECOWAS, the AU, they all said the first round of the elections, aside from a few technical glitches experienced out in the field, but overall transparent, fair, free, and aside from a few incidents of violence which happened prior to the election itself, it was very peaceful. Today again was another very peaceful day. Liberia, the country has not burned, and the country will not burn. And so what looks to be a sitting president, guys, this speaks a lot about George Weah's, democratic credentials as an individual, as a leader. There were those who believed from the onset that there was absolutely no way George Weah was going to organize elections and not cheat for himself, not rig it to win outright. That didn't happen. We didn't see that. The Unity Party did not proffer any real clean, or fraud in the first round. They did not. The second round is just as transparent. In fact, there were people saying entrenched old UP hires at the NAC were up to all kinds of things against the CDC and all that, because CDC didn't sweep the NAC. CDC should have brought in all new people, but CDC didn't even change the folks at the NAC. I mean, what does that say about George Weah in this second term, which looks to be secured? What does that say about him? Like his, props to him for organizing what appears to be very free, fair, and transparent democratic elections. Dr. Peabody.
I think it was like as I said, I traveled around part of Liberia today. Saw the peaceful manner in which the election was conducted, and saw how people was moving about freely, going in, coming out. It's also this president that the people that listen here that President Weah always advocates for these people. I mean, he wanted that, the peace ambassador, I think he will put anything to ensure that peace and stability. And so I think I must commend him for the peaceful manner in which both elections, so the first round, the second round, and to see how Liberia is moving without on-mill or what we were able to conduct with the limited resources the police had to put everything in place. So I think I gave him a problem on that. I think it was really great.
Right?
Well, and I mean, I think you've hit the nail on the head when you talk about democratic credentials. I think this is a moment we all can be proud of as Liberians, because organizing an election is not an easy feat, right? Especially when you're an incumbent, especially with the level of distrust that you find within our political space. You rightly said, Costa rightly said it when you talked about the fact that that this thing could have happened. And so for me, I think as we go through the night, as we listen to as we get the numbers, as we see the way things are trending, we must also remain cognizant of the fact that we've kept our peace, we've positioned ourselves as a nation as a nation. But like you said, as if we're looking clearly at where we are, Costa, I think this is a day for us to be proud of. this is a day for us to be proud of, it. Extremely proud of ourselves. We know that, the results, once next starts to announce the results, there will be a lot of folks who will start to listen and we'll see where their thought process will go. But as far as the Democratic credential, I think this is a moment for us to be proud.
Precisely. Well, folks, we've got some preliminary results there from Bone County. We're gonna put them up. So far, this is what Bone County looks like. We have we're gonna show that. Why is it linking, guys? Okay, so as you can see here, of course, the blue indicates CDC and the green indicates unity party. So CDC has 3,921 votes so far. And Unity Party is lagging behind at 1,434 votes.
Now, is this county-wide? It should be county-wide, correct?
That should be the aggregate.
County-wide.
Aggregate, yes, county-wide, not just one district, of course. Yeah, so, that is it. Now, is that the beginning of a trend in Bone County, which is likely? As we said, CDC did much more work in the second round.
Yeah, a lot come together. Most people don't know this, but there were huge meetings being called. Was turned his attention just with that kind of intensity. Most of the elected representatives were linked to the CDC. You're talking about guys like Eugene Colley. You're talking about guys like from district number 2. So CDC really consolidated in Bonn. The United Party machinery sort of fell apart and became excessively reliant on one man's constituency. That is the Prince Moy over-dependence. So over-dependence on Prince Moy. And Prince Moy is largely an isolated figure now in the Bonn legislative caucus. You have people like Member Bridge working along with the CDC. So Bonn County has about 7 electoral districts. The CDC is doing almost about 5 of that, CDC or CDC allies. Then, of course, the Senator Kuhn is indifferent. And that's what you're starting to see play out. Supporting Johnny Wade. Then you have former Superintendent Rainy Jackson running around with the picture of Vice President Joseph Nimabwaka, although unauthorized. But the Unity Party base was being confused. Then you had another person running on the ticket proper, that is the former Cottington University professor, Dr. Henry Tokwa. So there's a lot of division in the Unity Party in Bonn County. So you have a man like Orlando Zaulu from the urban district number 3 in Banga City. In that district, the man who won, Melvin Cole, doing about 60% of the votes in the most populated constituency, that's the Banga District 3 area. He is a strong backer of the president and lead campaigner for president. We are re-election. So picture this: in Bonn County, in the biggest constituency, the most influential person there is a citizen, and he and others are.
Party was like their arrogance and their confidence, on steroids, and they believed that come what may, they would emerge the winner. these numbers, what do you think happened to them when they saw the turnout? I tell you, it's very low turnout. Considering that low turnouts generally favor the incumbent, what do you think happened when UP saw this very low turnout across the country?
Well, I mean, we all know that low turnouts are always favorable to the incumbent, so that's what we know. But what we've seen over the past, months is that UP people are kind of in their own bubble. They will see something happening,
You think that
right?
bubble has burst?
I don't think it will burst until Madam Dividetta releases the final results, I mean, even after 100% of the results were announced, they still were acting like they had won the first round.
Yes.
So, right now it's very delusional. I think I've said that before. And, what we hope for is that they will accept the results because
They have no choice, tell you. Because the numbers are clear.
exactly.
There's no evidence of anything.
There's no evidence of anything, but they have this aura about them that is like it's us or nothing. And the numbers have never been in their favor. So let's wait and see what happens. One thing that's clear is that the trend is not good. The trend is not in their favor. And we saw this coming because we saw the level of work, the kinds of people that were coming on board in the second round, the types of strategies that CDC was taking, and look at what happened in second round. It was like UP was running against Henry Costa. They didn't focus on the issues.
Yes.
They did not focus on President Weah. They didn't focus on anything besides attacking Henry Costa. And look what it's led to.
Well, that's exactly the way I wanted them attacking the left George there.
Yeah, well, the strategy definitely.
Another thing is that, what I noticed in the runoff, UP focus on the southeast. They spend their time and the resources in the southeast. They're concerned with, they felt that they could maybe match up President Weah's numbers in the southeast, and that was a mistake. And what the CDC did was they sent their forces to a county that they didn't win. Like Bond County, which they won, but tried to increase the numbers in Bond County. They sent their forces in Cape Mount, that they are determined to flip Grand Cape Mount, and then also my Gibby County. They put more time and resources there to flip it to, and Montserrat. And the UP focused their attention on the southeast, and also when Costa endorsed the CDC, they changed the dynamics. They went after him, and they spent more time attacking him and trying to, as if he was on the ballot. And they'll come to realize that was a mistake they made. And one last thing I want to say is that the strategy they were using in order to put fear in the people, it backfired, because every day they came up with some tape, some propaganda that things were going to explode. We're going to explode. Even last night came up with some trash about helicopter carrying the ballot and the president calling the president. It was a lie, and they didn't work. And honestly, as we're all seeing the numbers, if the trend continues, there will be a short night for President Weah, and a long night for former Vice President Boyka.
A very long night for former Vice President Joe Walker. Now, guys, Joseph Walker obviously does not have a political future. He's 80 years old. The next presidential election cycle comes up in 6 years. He clearly is not going to be able to run. What do you think happens to the Unity Party?
I think before we even go that far, I want to go back to what Tilly had expressed fears about. What are we witnessing in the Unity Party? We're seeing a party that's determined to throw mud at this process. It's as if Mr. Conner and others at the Unity Party campaign headquarters have done the numbers, and their polling is clearly showing what we're seeing today. And so they switch tracks. In order for UP to have any kind of a life going on forward, they have to crack this gospel of the stolen election. And they want to take this thing all the way to the Supreme Court. And that is why they're hiring hackers and hiring all kinds of pseudo experts and trying to build some sort of a case, because it is on the back of election disputes that extremists are kept on board. How else are you supposed to comfort these tens of thousands of young men that you've had running from rally to rally. You fed their delusion about fat government jobs, and they expect you to win. You told them they would win. The only way for JMB to enjoy any form of dignity in what's left of his political career is to craft this narrative of a stolen election and pin it on government. And this is where they're going. Because why would a party that looks like it has a chance of being elected take a direct shot at the ECOWAS? Why would a party, if Joe Walker knew he had a chance in today's election, the tone would be more cautious and would be more.
Feedback, guys. Folks, our apologies. We're not broadcasting from the studio, so this is a little difficult. Okay. Sorry about that irritating feedback. Okay, can we take a break, guys?
Yeah, we need to.
Sorry about that, we're gonna take a break. Okay, good, we're good now. Good morning, continue.
I was just saying how the rhetoric from the Unity Party, shows that the party hierarchy is not being totally honest with the Liberian people, and it sort of suggests that they're giving up. So you have Wally call a press conference and accuse ECOWAS and get into an exchange of words in which you are accusing diplomats of being bribed. ECOWAS is, the center when it comes to the first base of international legitimacy. If they were planning to govern, they would want to maintain good relationship with the region. They will put that first. And I think this MCC scorecard actually threw them off balance totally. And the growing acceptance by the internet, because this campaign was prosecuted on the basis of poor economic performance. So this your opponent that you fought to a draw, almost to a draw, he beats you narrowly. And the central issue you've been campaigning on is poor management of the economy. And then you have a very positive feedback from the country's largest economic partner saying we're going to work with this man. We think he's doing well. And there's just frustration at the Unity Party, but I expect us to have the third election. So we had the first round, the second round. The third round is going to be at the Supreme Court. And I think CDC strategists need to prepare for this. This is going to come down to
I don't think they're going to go to the Supreme Court. It's very simple. The 2017 Supreme Court ruling, I think, is a deterrence. It should deter anyone who's want to take a frivolous, bogus case to the Supreme Court, because you're going to get humiliated. You have to have something tactical. The way these elections, this runoff went, the first round and this runoff, there's been nothing, absolutely nothing. First of all, if you have all the poll watchers everywhere, they should by now have all of their tally sheets, right? And I can't think of any reason why UP will be making any case to, but guys, we want to go to numbers.
So numbers, we got some numbers, and so let's go ahead and read them. We're gonna try to be progressive here. This is, I think, Zwale. This is in Nimba County. This is in Nimba County. Polling place 1, Unity Party 98, CDC 244. Polling place 2, Unity Party 124, CDC 212. Polling place 3,
That's Nimba County.
Unity Party 84, CDC 178.
Wow.
Polling place 4, Unity Party 97, CDC 201. Total votes in Zwale is CDC 835, Unity Party 403.
Wow.
That is from Zwale in Nimba County. Then I have John P. Mitchell Public School, Boys Town, Margibi, District number 1. Polling place 1, CDC 201 votes, Unity Party 134. Polling place 2, CDC 173, Unity Party 151. Polling place 4, CDC 175, UP 173. Polling place 5, CDC 191, Unity Party 151. Polling place number 6, CDC 134, Unity Party 99. And polling place number 7, CDC 170, Unity Party 103. Now there's only polling place 3 that is that needs to be completed. There, polling place 3 will be completed soon, and we will be getting those numbers from the war room. There is a trend going on here, Henry Costa. What do you think?
Magiri, Nimba. Let's start with Nimba.
Yeah.
We call Nimba results.
Nimba, yes.
Zozwale, Nimba County. And those results are inconsistent with what we saw in the first round.
True.
What happened?
Bong County came in at the center. Monserratos returned to base, and Magiri is simply big. I think the recall.
No, but I want to go beyond that. No, you're losing focus on Nimba.
Nimba.
This is Nimba, guys. This is Nimba.
Back to the first round in the places and see the result, especially for Neymar.
Yeah, we'll
Yeah,
find that. We'll find that. But let's take. It's going to win Nimba.
Right.
That is too far-fetched.
But they compared with that.
However, we didn't expect it to be like this.
Now this was their firewall though. This was Unity Party's
This is green
firewall. Let's also understand that was the green wall.
Yeah.
The green wall was built around Nimba into Lofa. Now the Lofa issue though, they hit the panic button in Lofa coming when you remember.
Yeah.
When they saw the numbers in the first round, with Thomas Fowler doing what he was doing and the rest of the guys, Moses calling Thomas Fowler, Jeff Koji, Janako, all the sons of Nimba, and I mean the sons and daughters of Lofa, right? They built their green wall around Lofa, they built their green wall around Nimba. And like you said, Costa, if, let's admit it, Joe Butler had not picked home, this thing would have been over.
Yeah.
It would have been a wrap in the first round.
But
An outright victory for President.
but that's why the numbers coming out of Nimba, it's not that strange from our point of view, because the development from the president, the people of Nimba acknowledge what the president has done in Nimba, and they choose development over rhetoric, over this. Okay, you help us against your warlord or this. They want to move forward, and that's why we have a lot of people have over 50,000 in last one, and that's going to come up. So the people of Nimba and Lofa choose a development, and that's why we're seeing this. And this election will be proving development over rhetoric, over setting lies. So that's what I see the people are following.
Okay.
And also that's
Add the Edith Goggle.
And of course,
of course,
alliance, alliance.
Even going nowhere, he's done a fantastic job there. Yeah.
I think what I'm seeing from the CDC team is that guerrilla style, they went for broad alliance. Whereas Unity Party they have their Prince Johnson, they managed to get their partisan to come over to their side, and they were complacent with this. They thought Nimba was secure, but the CDC campaign team broadened their alliance, topping it up with the Edith Gonglo thing to challenge boot for boot. I think part of what we're witnessing is a 2029 prelude, so that Edith is, staking a claim on 2029 senatorial seat and matching Prince Johnson and saying, look, what have they actually delivered to you? You've given them 4 or 5 elections. He won 2 elections at his district level, won 1 at the county level, have come back for vice presidency. And what have I got? let's rebalance. There's a balance of power in NIMBA now between the minor figures and the gill figures. Okay, so Edith and the Broad CDC Alliance, also in Gill land, you're seeing a crowd wisdom approach, being taken by this CDC. They're not getting the Prince Johnson, they're not getting the Jeremiah Cohn, but those two individuals alone cannot sway NIMBA totally. That's why you listen to that desperate plea from, unfortunate and desperate plea from Senator Johnson to a county official begging him almost to come on board, because they're putting on the squeeze with this broader lines of actors to balance Prince Johnson out in NIMBA. So they're in trouble. The Unity Party is in trouble in NIMBA. They went to bed too early.
But I have a quick question though. Did you see Prince Johnson really campaigning in NIMBA
In the runoff?
in the runoff?
No.
No.
I didn't see that either.
Why, guys? It was quite conspicuous. Why?
I mean, maybe he's tired. I mean, he went through a
Or maybe
very
he won.
rigorous campaign and he won.
Maybe
He's
that is
elected
the-
and he's done. Maybe
Or-
he doesn't care.
Or it could it be that his most coveted, prized entitlement or position that he enjoys as the godfather of NIMBA, he's not so sure that he wants to relinquish that to Jeremiah Cohn, his political puppet? Could it be?
I haven't thought about that, but that could be a.
I mean, it's a hard thing for a man like Prince Johnson to give up. Because if Waka and Cohn were to win, which now seems very unlikely based on these numbers, Cohn would automatically, whether Prince Johnson likes it or not, become the new political godfather. And now nobody would have to go through Prince Johnson to deal with NIMBA. They would have to go to now the new guy on the block, Jeremiah Cohn.
But there is a greater threat here though. And this threat is that, looking at the trends, if it stays as it is, George Weah gets a second term, losing NIMBA. NIMBA clean in Liberian politics
As a pathway to the
as a pathway
presidency.
to the presidency diminishes.
It
Right?
does.
It does.
Because George Weah
Yes.
is reworking the presidential election map.
Exactly.
You can win the presidency
Without
NIMBA.
NIMBA.
Not that you don't respect NIMBA,
Exactly.
but there's a way around NIMBA. And that's what George Weah is doing. He's redrawing what the Americans call gerrymandering.
Well, you have Attorney Jackson.
Yeah, so what's up, Bob Jack? Bob Jack,
Yes,
good
sir.
evening to you or good afternoon from the beautiful state of Minnesota, the city of 10,000 lakes.
Can you hear us?
Can you hear
Yes,
Bob
yes.
Jack?
Thank you, Costa. You've been doing a terrific job. You and the panelists.
We're trying to do some sound check here.
Please check your sound,
You're
man.
all elated. Your face
Absolutely.
beaming. Are you? And you're drinking water?
I'm trying to clear my throat.
Hold on, Bob Jack. We're trying to talk. We're trying to go ahead. We don't want to miss out on anything you have to say. We have to hear every word. Okay. Hold on, guys. Look, folks, we apologize. This is not a studio. We set this thing up, and the guys did a fantastic job, but it is still not a studio, so we've been experiencing some technical issues as we go. When we do it again tomorrow, trust me, it's going to be better. Even my Facebook is not reaching the people it should be reaching. We should be in the thousands on that page. On the closing argument page alone, we are in the thousands, 1,700. So we're on several pages, several accounts. Do we have audio there from Bob Jack there in beautiful Minnesota, guys?
Do we have an audio for him?
The YouTube link, folks are asking for that.
Go ahead and speak so we do. Isaac,
Yep. Are you hearing me now?
please say something. Let's see whether we can hear you.
Hello, Costa. How are you? How are you? Are you hearing me now?
Oh, no.
I
No, the
think
volume is
it's issues
going.
of volume.
It's a volume issue.
The volume issue from the TV.
It was very low.
Hello, Costa. Are you hearing me now? My volume is highest.
Yes.
We can hear you, Bob Jack.
Okay, brilliant.
You may speak.
Oh, no, thank you, because I wanted to start by thanking you and your colleagues. I think this is a terrific job that you guys have done, providing information to our people in record time. And so it's quite impressive. I want to thank all of you. What I think you have not said is that the Unity Party is a delusional party, and what we are witnessing now is that their hubris is basically going down. This hubristic attempt by them to march around the place with this false confidence is what is now coming to reality. So I think what we about to do tonight, or what we are gathered here to do tonight, is to basically announce the political obituary of Joseph Newman Boaka, this octogenarian politician who have leached on our country's copper for over, I don't know, 4 decades. So we basically we try to announce his obituary. Like the numbers are coming all across the country. Liberians are excited to basically vote for a safer Liberia. They're voting for a future that is pregnant with golden possibilities under the able and dynamic leadership of President Dr. George Manuel Weah. They are not basically going to stand with the past. Mr. Boaka is exemplar of the Jurassic past. So our people will not be voting in the past. They're going to vote for a brighter future. And you were talking about the election. I think the election is critically important because it ends an entire generation of failed progressive politicians. The Boakas, the Kumaya, the what they call the Flumaya, all of them, they're going down. So Liberians are voting for a brighter future. I am very, very impressed with the number we've been hearing, except that what I just heard from Nimba, I think is a little disturbing. I don't know whether you guys got the signal already from Nimba, that this boy burning with this desperate desire, knowing that Nimba has let him down. Nimba has basically recalibrated its position and voting overwhelmingly for Weah. I understand he has seized few ballot boxes or instructed that Moto Barralo sees ballot boxes and take it to his home. I understand Kun is in that habit of doing something like that. I don't know how it's going to end. I just heard it from another network. I hope it's not true. If he did that, then it's really bad. And he's just proving the Liberian people that he and Prince Johnson have been sinking from the same hint sheet. Prince Johnson is a man of violence. And so they want to introduce violence in this election. I think we should denounce them. If they're doing that, that's a terrible thing to do. The Liberian people have been very peaceful, and we applaud our people for standing up for democracy, for being peaceful. We shown to the rest of the world that we can eschew violence and that we can stand for peace and bask in the culture and the atmosphere of our democracy. One man, one vote. And that's what the Liberian people are doing. Costa, you did very well by pointing to all what President Weah has been able to do. The National Election Commission was not basically decolor about the president. It remains the same way as it was, as he made it. The people there have been the professional, the experience. He never took any event in a big way. And so they've been able to put their credibility on the line. It's their credibility, it's not the president's credibility. They're doing their best. And so there was not much reworking of the National Election Commission. And even with that, we still have exclusive confidence. I listened to a news reporter today. I read the Women Voices. The Women Voices basically, project the voices of women in the country. But the Women Voices reported this morning that Mr. Boaka is on record for saying that he was pleased or impressed with what he saw. And so I don't think they can come back and say anything different. We on course. The new Liberia is emerging on the horizon. Of course, that you are representative of the new Liberia. My friend Ben Sambi is also representative of the new Liberia. Manipakwa Dumwe, our dear and lovely sister, she's doing her very best, navigating the discourse very well. Tilia Ure, we are all representative of the new Liberia that is now emerging on the horizon. We're going to part with that old order. This is no time for any octogenarian politician. This man cannot even use a proper WhatsApp app. So how can you do this? In a day and age, you want to have a president who is a professional sleeper? No, the Liberian people are saying no to professional sleeper. They are saying yes to a reform president. They are saying yes to a peaceful WIA. They are saying yes to a developmental oriented WIA. They are saying yes to a WIA that believes in reconciliation. This is what our people are saying. They are saying yes to development. So Bouaga belongs to the past. He had long past his prime. Our people will reject him tonight, and we will basically bask in his political obituary. Am I hearing you guys again, comrade? I think we're still having glitches. Are we still having glitches?
Everything's great.
Are we still having glitches?
Let's get
Around the Marshall area. Polling place, room number 1, CDC 191, Unity Party 128. Room number 2, CDC 214, Unity Party 116. Room number 3, CDC 188, Unity Party 122. Room number 4, CDC 184, Unity Party 151. Room number 5, CDC 198, Unity Party 150. Room number 6, CDC 194, Unity Party 72. And then room number 7, CDC 126, Unity Party 92. Again, speaking of trends, right?
CDC, if I heard you correctly, CDC won every single
room in there, yes.
Wow.
Every single room in there.
Wow.
CDC.
And that's what I get.
This is not Unity.
And
It's
Unity Party won it the
It's
first
the
place.
Marshall area, the Marshall
That's
area.
one county that CDC will be flipping.
Yeah, the flip might give it as was expected.
Yeah.
So guys, we have we're gonna go back to our panel. As I said, we apologize. We've been having some technical issues, and that's because this is not a studio. We set this up. Our technician did a fantastic job. But this is our first broadcast from here. We assure you tomorrow is going to be much better. Even from Facebook, we're not reaching our natural, potential in terms of views. So we're going to fix that, and tomorrow is going to be better. We're gonna go around, guys. Again, trend is key. In every election, they follow the trend. It appears, guys, supported, evidenced by the numbers we're seeing, that CDC has outperformed itself in this runoff. In a matter of weeks, I mean, that is. Now, do you guys think this attitude of UP that everybody, do you think they put people off, or they just turn people off? This arrogance, this sense of entitlement that, or if you don't support them, or if you don't endorse them, then you don't like the country, then you're this, you're that. Do you think that helped put them in this catastrophe in which they seem to be faced?
They did.
They find themselves.
And another thing, just superficially that may have really hurt them was their closing rally. It sort of looked like the balloon had burst, and the vote getting anti-WIA sentiment intensity was losing its vote getting capacity, crying about the economic conditions in the country and painting, President WIA as the cause of everything that happens in Liberia, had just simply stopped getting new votes. And so they had to get into personal attacks and paint. And you saw when we were losing the endorsement war, particularly after the endorsement from you and your party, the UP just sort of went, berserk, and they went off message. They became the attacking party. And I saw desperate attempts by AMK to bring in issues, but he himself got emotional because issues were not working. Again, the conditions, United Party took the 2019 script and attempted to export it to 2023.
You mean the script we used to get Dillon elected in
yes.
2017?
They tried to express it. They tried to, put in a time machine.
To revive it.
Yeah, and revive it. It simply wasn't holding. And lost for direction. They, just went with personal attacks. And now they're attacking everybody. But another superficial thing, seemingly superficial thing, is the way the rally played out, the closing rallies. just no energy for the United Party. It just, people just feel like this is lost cause.
Well, the eve of their closing rally, they were doing the bombshell challenge.
Yeah.
I mean, everybody saw it on Facebook.
Instead of promoting
Bombshell
instead of promoting the event.
Yeah.
And I think JMP would never forgive himself for not flying to NOFA and not doing door-to-door in FOIA, not having to look like we look do in the interior, have a little palava hot meet, meet with the chiefs in FOIA and try to figure out, rather than claiming that this was a product of fraud. So you basically dismissed people who have small problems with you and now it's gotten bigger. So let's say the one nephew that didn't get a call, or maybe they didn't like the tone that came out of Ambassador Wakai when the unfortunate pre-election violence took the lives of people from FOIA. He focused too much on the fact that the dead were seditious and forgot that they were from FOIA. And some of them may have UP relatives who would flip if they feel that the vice president take partisanship, so important that he would disregard the lives of people from FOIA. That is a matter he could solve by physically going to FOIA, sitting with the families that are affected, sitting with people who have issues with you. But no, you're basically churning out stories of Thomas Fowler talking to people and Thomas Fowler doing this. You're obsessed with individuals and you forgot the issue. He would never forgive himself for not re-engaging with LOFA in the crucial 2 weeks to try and to try and expand the gap between he and.
But I can say this. I think I kind of will differ with you on that. I think he plays smart for not going to LOFA because he doesn't have the message. The message. What Joe Buckeye said in LOFA, after 12 years of being a vice president, nothing to show for. So why would Joe Buckeye go to LOFA? So I think he plays smart. He wanted the people to then say, okay, you from LOFA, vote for me. But no message. No message in LOFA. What Thomas Fowler did in LOFA, Thomas Fowler outshined JB. So when you go to LOFA, or JB needs to outshine Thomas Fowler, especially in the FOIA area, because Thomas Fowler is a lot of tangible that they feel, they touch, they enjoy. What can JB say?
Well, I will just, I mean, everything that is, all I hear when you guys are speaking, and it's just screaming out this arrogance. These people just felt like they feel like they don't need anyone. If you're against them or you did not give them a certain level of support, you're their enemy. So they have no reason to reach out for you. Let's just look for who else we can use. So no, they won't go back to LOFA. They'll just think about how they can use Prince Johnson, use LPP, use Jeremiah Kuhn to make up for all of their blunders in all of those places. They don't look at making amends. They don't look at seeing their failures or seeing their weaknesses and building up from those weaknesses and failures. All they see is the way forward, and that is just to use somebody else to make up for everything that they have as shortcomings. So this is how these people have operated from day one. So you just have to follow them, and we're talking about trends, and this is their trend.
When I noticed that,
Well, they have a trend.
President Weah, when he did during the runoff, he went back to the stronghold Montserrat. You saw him going door to door. Jehovah style campaign. He was engaging in Dwayne Montserrat. You saw Side Joseph. He received the highest votes among the elected officials. He was also in Montserrat. CDC sent out auxiliaries over Montserrat. So we went to Magidi, where he also didn't win the first round. He made an effort in Magidi. But Joe Buckeye, you saw, he didn't go LOFA. He didn't even make an attempt to even go around the southeast as they were trying to make numbers there. And lastly, when on the eve of this election, the MCC scorecard came out, and what happened? AMK, he went off. He started to go there, started to attack. And I think it turned to go off, and that was a gamble tour. And I think that many people said they'll come out to regret the mistakes they made in the runoff. They should have focused their attention on going to where they didn't win, to all places they won with low margin to increase the numbers, but instead they were attacking. Somebody was on the ballot. They were showing that arrogance and sense of entitlement. At the end of the day, they're gonna regret it. And I can see from the trend of the numbers of seeing coming in, President George Manuel is on his way to his re-election.
Okay,
What they do is they
But let me just pick up, Henry. Let me just pick up on that point quickly, if you don't mind.
Let's be honest, they were broke. And
Henry?
people saw that they were very deceptive to who I gave them the money.
Henry, hello?
So they were broke. You can't really like
you know what? I'm gonna pick it back.
Henry.
Wait.
Henry.
This is something we all of us would have talked about. But let's be honest. The
Henry.
elephant in a room, a former vice president for 12 freaking years, cultivated no serious contacts in the region or further outfield. Running for president, it was the strongest challenger to a sitting, popular sitting president.
Still in interest.
Came very close, neck and neck. Still could not leverage that to raise money. How is such a, don't you think like grandpa like, well, you know what? How could such a man bring investment to change this country? And then another thing, when we exposed just how broke he was, forget the party.
Right.
When we exposed just how broke he was and how dependent he was on us raising money from people to literally feed him and take him to hospital, that might have changed a lot of people's minds. Like, if that man can't even take care of himself. We saw that in McGibby when I accompanied Carrasco to the ACO McGibby chapter endorsement of the CDC, along with some J&B TAC team people from the McGibby chapter, which they arranged. When the two spokespeople for the J&B TAC team stood up, and they had voted for him in the first round, and they stood up and said, you know what? We changed our mind.
Right.
This man can take care of his family. That the whole country you will take care of. And Carrasco said, and you see, I met one woman. When we got to the place we got down to put a receiver, she was tying a locker. This is not some educated, sophisticated woman. She spoke Pele to me. She said to me in Pele, my woman on the radio show, I heard your voice on the radio. Now that man, Nino, his heart is wicked. She said, after what he did to you, now that voted that job here. She said, I will get job here my vote this time. I said, what? Carrasco was like, I said, Mommy, you see, this woman is all the way in my TV. She said she heard me on the radio saying how they're wicked. I didn't treat them as a you're wicked. I didn't treat them, tell you putting on private jet, getting to Nigeria to roll over money. Right? I mean, we did so much for this man. And look what he did. And she said, they use us. They use us.
The brutality follows another. But here is it betrays lack of preparation.
Yes, guys, we're gonna go to the numbers right after you. Just make it.
Costa.
Let's show some numbers. Yeah.
Costa.
I think that's what
Okay, but
Finish up that one, please. Finish up.
Costa.
the political consequence of brutality is that it betrays lack of preparation. That you go to the farm and you didn't take up let's plan this out. There is a website, I don't know how true that website is, that's been floating that Joe Biden has $10 million something. Some of his support.
You got it for you.
Because of the information poverty in our country, there's a guy who comes to me passionately with this to prove that there's $10 million somewhere. But I'm sure that I was surprised when the data announced that there would be a second round, and the candidate had to leave Monrovia, fly somewhere in the region to go hustle. That hustle period took away from face time. And it's coming to bite them.
Okay, Mr. Lemon, thank you very much. We're gonna hold you right there, guys. Put those numbers up for us to read. Preliminary results from McGibby County, which CDC did not do so well in the first round. It was not a wide margin, but Unity Party won it. But it looks to us now with this trend so far, preliminary results, CDC 1,293, representing 60.80% of the votes so far from Magibi and Unity Party trios, 39.10%, or 832 votes in Magibi County. Unity Party has always won Magibi, except of course 2017, right? They didn't win it, even though they had a running mate who was from there. And Magibi and Unity Party, there's just some history with that. But this second round, there were people who won Magibi, people were telling us, said, you know what, the president was won in the first round. But there was an internal strife, struggle, and disagreements, which might have led to the CDC not winning in the first round. So do you think, man, this has been healed with Nukwe and McGill, apparently mending fences and coming together and all that kind of stuff? Do you think all of that, coupled with a lot of work CDC did, might have led to what looks like a flipping of vote rate Magibi?
Clearly, I think we can't underestimate the McGill and Nukwe reunion. We can't underestimate the amalgamation of all the forces, right? And then obviously it became Nukwe originally, even though he had an issue with McGill, was supporting the president, precisely, right? But their camps was not in the same house,
and that didn't help.
Cannot stand, right? So I think UP took advantage of that and exploited that a little bit. But when the runoff came, with McGill winning the way he won, Nukwe, the current senator, both of them coming together, then with some of the work that was done, the Kalasco, you guys went there. People, the FaceTime with people, the people getting a chance to hear from the president. I think the vice president was in MyGB also. So there's a lot of things that has happened in MyGB, and I think that's what you are looking at here. And if this trend continues, the Unity Party is in much bigger trouble than we're anticipating.
Right.
But T, go ahead.
And I think what we also saw in Margibi, because I worked in Margibi a little bit in the runoff, is that a lot of the candidates who, because of their own, people who didn't even win the election, because of their own candidacy, they told their supporters, they didn't give their supporters direction because they didn't want to offend one side or the other. So people had supporters from CDC, had supporters from UP, so they just basically were mute on the whole presidential candidate. So in the runoff, once they had secured their seats or lost, then they started to give their people direction. Go this way, go the other way, and you will see that CDC had an active strategy to reach out to the top 5 candidates in every single district.
True.
They reached out to them, they engaged them, they talked to them, they convinced them to come on board and support them. So a lot of the candidates went back to their people, something they didn't do in the first round, and told their people, go to CDC. So when you tell your people, go to CDC, they look at you and they say, I don't know anybody else, so now you can come back to us. Exactly. So whoever you know will be able to help you or be good for the country that person will go to, because you the person we're depending on. So you see, at that point, people start to change their minds. Look at what happened with the Margibi tactic. Those are people that in the first round, I didn't push them too much to say go left or go right. They were already supporting White Lab, doing so many things for White Lab in the first round. But when it came to second round and they saw how they were treated, they came back to me who they know. So say, my sister, like you, we know which way you think that we should go, because these people is not what we thought. And I didn't say stay neutral. I told them, let's go to CDC because of A, B, and C. And they said, I'm with you. They resigned from the tag team and they supported CDC. That is something that we saw happening over and over and over. Margibi District 5, for example, John Cooper, he lost the election by 100 votes. He endorsed CDC in the second round. He's an ALP candidate. So those are the kind of things that you see happening. So when he goes back to his people and tell them, go to CDC route, they will follow.
Yeah. I tend to agree with you there, because if you see the numbers that are coming from Margibi, in the first round, these areas that went to UP, the numbers that come in indicates that like Cabell, Doylestown, Smeno, Tays, all these places, this CDC is winning in numbers. They are running numbers in these areas. So definitely the people changed their vote in the second round and in favor of CDC. So I thought the UP should have put more time into areas that they won by slim margin, but instead they decided to go, like telling a Democrat to go run a campaign in Kentucky. We went to the Southeast, and that's a great mistake they made.
Right, so.
I wanted to say something
you
right
know,
there.
What we, in the second round, the moment that a second round was announced, you saw people from CDC going into their respective areas.
Yes.
Thomas Balane left here, I think 2-3 days after the runoff was announced, they went back to local.
Same
You know,
like
so-
came out.
Let's look at, for example, my own big brother, Amara, who stayed in Monserrado to do a war room, and I'm just reading online that UP lost in his hometown, Balabasa, or Balaka.
Wow.
Yeah, so,
Well, I think he was concerned with.
it's protection of the vote, so that's what I'm saying, they didn't get it right. You can have anybody protect your vote, but you can't have a leader like Amara Kone in the county doing work for you. So you needed to have that presence. You needed to be resourceful. Put your resources where you can maximize utility. So they made that
He
mistake.
heard them because he heard them. He should have really gone in Babu to fight for the UP. Like for instance, you said that you have 14,000.
International community having unity party made outlandish claims that they can't substantiate out of panic. So there are 5,890 polling places in Liberia. What you actually need is 2 persons per polling place. That comes up to around 11,000 plus. You don't even need 14,000. But it's very difficult to find 11,000 persons, vet them, equip them, deploy them, communicate with them to retrieve data. So you know he's bluffing. We're talking upwards of $3 million and time. And we meet in months. The real problem for the Unity Party as we speak is that their counties that they won in the first round are flippable. They won flippable counties. So if you win a county like Margibi, you don't go to bed. Because Margibi is traditionally a swing county. They will vote for UP today and tomorrow vote for CDC and not Babalai. Margibi is not in love with any particular candidate. They don't sign contract with you which you can go to bed with. No one has Margibi in the bag on any day. It's constant engagement, relentless, charm offensive. That's the kind of common touch that you.
That's coming, right?
Margibi thinking it's in the bag. There's no hatred in Margibi. They go where they engage. And so the CDC early bird approach so that when it became clear that this would be a second round, they started deploying people that are relevant to constituencies, marching them. So the whole thing of having Nathaniel McGill focus in Margibi rather than run around the map. Focus in Margibi, pair him with Senator Emmanuel Nukwe, and then they now step up the synergy, and that now radiated. And so you have Margibi being flipped. The problem is Baka cannot respond. He can't flip any county in the southeast. I know this because the first round numbers. Someone's doing upper 70s is more difficult. This obsession with someone's doing in his eyes, when this and that, distracted. The people, the resources you're going to use to send people to go look for rigging that is not present, that's the resource that you needed to be engaging in the counties that you maybe could flip, maybe you could expand margins in the West a little bit. Apart from bombing, the margins in the West, even on UP1, were not strong. For example, I think was in Cape Mama so that the margin was just like down to 1,000 votes.
So do you think flipping these
200 votes.
Flipping these counties?
Yeah.
Do you think even if UP takes Zima and Lofa, there's still no way for them to win?
There's no path because if from the numbers we're seeing from FOIA, it looks as though the margins are closer in FOIA. So what UP needed to do in the second round was expand the margins in Lofa, expand the margin in Lima, expand the margin in Monserrado, and try and flip 1 or 2 of the southeastern counties. They were unable to do that. Bone County, they were supposed to overtake the CDC in Bone County. What the CDC was supposed to do is increase turnout in the southeast, increase the budget even further, get Monserrato back, flip Marquis, they're flipping Marquis as we speak, they're expanding the league income, and so they're meeting their targets.
So guys,
You know,
we have some numbers on the
let me
numbers.
let me just join in very quickly.
Surprised, but this is from Grand G there.
Hello?
Let's call it multilateral.
Hello?
15063, polling place 1. We have Unity Party 42, CDC 293. Polling place 2, Unity Party 43, CDC 251. Polling place 3, we have Unity Party 30, CDC 230. Polling place 4, we have Unity Party 30, CDC 256. Then we have the youth building, number 15062, polling place 1, Unity Party 31, CDC 269, polling place 2, Unity Party 32, 272, polling place 3, Unity Party 42, CDC 301, polling place 4, Unity Party 61, 269 for CDC, polling place 5, UP is 39 and CDC is 288. Then we have polling place 6, Unity Party is 18, CDC is 238, and polling place 7, UP 30, CDC 208. That's out of Grand Juda County. Again, like I said, there's no real surprise there per se, right? There's no real surprise there per se, but it is clear that CDC is really cleaning house in the southeast.
Can we have Isaac Jackson come on a bit? I think he's been.
Sure, that's what we want to do.
Okay.
Bob Jack,
Maybe but I mean, to be honest, I'm really enjoying.
you gotta fix the audio, please.
Am I still struggling with the audio? Still struggling from my end?
The audio, please.
The audio from the TV, not
It's
the
still
computer.
Yeah.
Jesus.
Can you adjust the TV audio so we hear Isaac?
But I can come in now. Hello.
Your mic's on.
They come in now. But the audio.
Folks, we apologize.
I think
the technical issues, but we'll solve them tomorrow. Will be better than today.
I like that. Brother Costa. Can I come in now? Is it okay now? Struggling still. Hello. Are we making progress? Hello?
Yes,
Okay,
can
I'm
you
still
hear
coming in.
us?
Okay. Thank you. Yeah, I'm hearing you now.
Okay, please go ahead.
Okay. But again, Tilia, let me tell you, man, I'm enjoying the conversation, even if I've not been opportune to come in, sometimes it's good to be a good listener. But I wanted to pick up on a few points that you guys made, maybe to just expand on them. On the issue of the MCC report, in fact, the MCC report basically helped to bolster the CDC morale, so to speak, because the MCC report was the United States government a vote of endorsement in favor of the CDC government for continuance. That's how I see it. So the United States government was basically endorsing the CDC for continuance because for the first time in living memory, Liberia outperformed almost all the countries in the sub-region, which I think it was something that the CDC needed to use effectively for campaign purposes, which they did. Somebody said Bouaga was not on message. Brother, even if you brought somebody from heaven to tailor the message for Bouaga, it would be extremely difficult because how can anybody sensible or intelligent cast Bouaga as a change agent? 45 years in government. And you want to tell somebody that you're a change agent? 12 years of those 45 years as vice president. How can you cast this man as somebody who will bring any change? The man has outlived his usefulness. He has long past his prime. You can't look to an 85-year-old man for fresh ideas. So, you know, it was just a miscalculation. That's what I say. The Unity Party people were just delusional. And the Unity Party is now a delusional court to believe that an octogenarian who is a professional sleeper will beat President Weah or will bring any change. Sister, it's unrealistic. You know, when you talk about our friend Amara, look, if there was an award to be given to someone for being the most disastrous holder of public office in Liberia, it will go to Amara Kone. Amara Kone's performance at the Ministry of Finance was disastrous by many, many measures. This man was infamously characterized as budget shortfall. They would laugh at him in places. I think Amara Kone was supremely unfit to serve as the Minister of Finance. He got to the ministry as a result of a friendship with Rab Salih. Check the record. The list of people who serve at the Ministry of Finance honor Madam Salih. Let Amara tell you that her credentials surpasses any of those. Put first for Exhibit 1 or put on the witness stand that Antoinette Saye. Can Amara Kone intelligently argue that her credential will surpass that of Dr. Saye? He was the most unfit person to serve at that ministry. Even if you say we take Dr. Saye from the witness stand and put on that witness stand Augustine Kwehe Ngafua, a distinguished graduate from the University of Liberia, can Amara come close to that guy? No. In fact, what he did was to even honor his friend Gafua. Today, I see him trying to reposition himself, and he say he going to a unity party. Amara Kone was the guy who orchestrated the defenestration of Bouaka, and he think Bouaka forgot it. The only reason why you see Amara go to Bouaka is not authentic. He's maneuvering. He can't come to Liberty Party because Liberty Party is already locked down with Musa, and he and Musa has some disagreement. So he can't come to Liberty Party. He can't go to CDC because he believes CDC outsmarted him. So he can't go to ACO because when you go to ACO, you get stigmatized, right? Everybody knows I go to so party. I don't want to get into that place. But he couldn't go to ACO. He can't come to Liberty Party. You know, he can't go to CDC. So the only thing he had to do was to go to Unity Party. And he's thinking that some of the Ebola money that he took from the Ministry of Finance, he can springle around in Unity Party and get some influence. But he mistaken. Bouaka will not forget how he orchestrated his defenestration. He got on public radio and tried to belittle his friends. I mean, Eugene Nangwe was bold about associating with the CDC. Amara Kone, was the true Judas Akara who was in the Unity Party, but making business with the CDC behind the scene. How can he now come and flip this thing and say, oh, Eugene and Julius Akara? So when Amara came, he did not help them. Amara, instead of coming with open-mindedness, embracing his friends, he still carries bitterness within him. And because of that bitterness, it beclouded his judgment. He's not strategic. That man is just tactical. Because anybody who is strategic will look at a long plan, long range plan. What he's done now, he has shown his hand. Gafwan, they say he and Gafwan made peace. Don't mind it. That cow poo friendship. This guy honor man Gafwan at every level. And Gafwan knows that. And Gafwan is aware of that. So he goes to Unity Party and think that Ebola money that he took, he thinks he can use it there to buy influence. He's joking. I think what he's doing, he's looking for a place. But brother, Liberia is moving past these people. Amara, he thinks he's clever, or he tells himself he's clever, but he's not clever enough to stop himself from doing silly things. You can't go and belittle Samuel D. Toy Jr., another distinguished graduate from the University of Liberia. Where does that man take his honor from? Even if I go back to my earlier point where I say if there was a crown to be awarded to one of the disgusting holder of public office, and that the man is, supremely unfit, supremely unfit to be finance minister. Even the last occupant of that office, Bama Kamara, can Amara compare his credential to Bama Kamara? Who, in fact, one of the infamous names that Amara was known for during the Seli administration, you know why it was? Amara Juju Kone. This is a guy who spent all his time with the Kamon. He comes outside, chewing all kind of things in his mouth, chewing all kind of things like goat, and they say, come on, gains him to be chewing, and he talk to you and convince you. He brings absolutely nothing to the table. Nothing to the table. And we should not even waste our time on him here.
Let's move to announcing some results we
Well,
have.
we'll be ready to have one
Can you hear
down.
me?
That's our numbers, yes,
Yeah.
we know we can.
Can we focus on the election results? I think we're done with campaign mode now. So I have some results from Old Yekepa, precinct code 33134. We have UP with 117, and we have CDC with 100, total of 217 votes. Then we have precinct 33135. This is the same Old Yekepa. UP with 169, CDC with 149. This is also Nimba in Yekepa as well. UP 189 and CDC 157. Do you see how close that is? These numbers are both all in Nimba County.
Very close.
So close. When I saw these numbers, I was very surprised because this is supposed to be
A blowout in Nimba.
a blowout for
As it was in the
Nimba.
first round. Yeah.
And you're not seeing that.
Yeah.
Here's another one from the same polling place, 199 for UP and 160 for CDC.
It was very competitive.
That is extremely competitive.
Very competitive. Thanks again to the hard work of people like Edith Gongluwe, Harrison Yelu, Wally Sewa Dona, and tons of others.
Yeah.
We actually start on re-election.
Well, this thing is in the bag. That is not how Nimba, the numbers in Nimba should look. If Waka has any hope of winning. No, it's terrible.
Look
We
at
have meetings, what he did in the southeast, he's meeting in Lofa, and Waka is diminishing in Nimba.
So, please, nobody informed and might be.
Precisely.
So guys, I got some numbers.
Okay.
Got some numbers out of Grand Bassa, district number 2. Some numbers out of Grand Bassa, district number 2. Bannon Town Polling Center, CDC 196, UP 30. Hold on, 30. 30.
Wow.
Mullen Town Polling Place 1, CDC 140, UP 9. This is Grand Bassa County.
As in the
Mullen
number
Town,
nine?
the number 9.
With nothing behind it.
Single digit.
Single digit 9. Are these from tally sheets?
Yes,
Wow.
this is what I'm getting right now, strictly out of the place there. Mullen Town Polling Place 2, CDC 152, Unity Party 11. Unity Party 11, this is Grand Bassa County. I'm getting some numbers out of West Point, district number 7, Montserrat County, Administrative Building, code 30143. Polling place 1, CDC 300, UP 86. Polling place 2, CDC 242, UP 51. Polling place 3, CDC 249, UP 55.
West Point.
This is District 7, West Point. Montserrat County, Linda Glover, code 348. Polling place 2, CDC 272, UP 52. Yep, that is it. St. Thomas, I'm going to keep looking at these because I want to be sure.
Folks,
I should get it.
these numbers keep getting,
But the Bassa number, the Bassa number.
The Bassa number is,
Wow.
yeah.
This is the person that,
Charlie Brown,
Charlie Bromsky, effect, yeah.
the judge with a connection to the county.
His mother is from Riverside.
And Vincent really fought like hell. He lost his seat, but he stayed on the ground. Fought like
yeah,
hell.
he does by squeaking.
Yeah.
When
The
you see, this is the difference.
judges, oh, you got it.
This is the difference between actually going out there and campaigning and just playing around on Facebook and trying to get views and trying to get likes. There's a difference. Okay, you can't sit down and receive guests and expect that will win you an election.
Precisely.
It doesn't work like that. You have to put a team together of opinion leaders and political leaders to be able to get you the victory you want. We didn't see that happening on the other side.
I think there was this belief in the United Party that, big name. They had Kanga, and therefore this was it. But the CDC went all out. They just didn't have Basanga Finlay. They went after other people with the same level of vigor. And so they built a broader army in Bassa. I usually say that Bassa is the last name counting. If you got more last names, more good last names, you win. So you gotta add Bronx King, you gotta take that, add it to Finlay, then you gotta add it to other last names, and then bigger coalition. So they focus on coalition size, whereas the party was really convinced that having Youngly was enough.
Okay, well, before we go back to the magic wall and just read out the numbers, we have preliminary results from Grand Jury County, which we all know as expected.
Look at the margin of blow out.
That is also surprising. They came out with a vengeance. Inspired by what they saw in the first round. But we would like to welcome Miss Morai Kula and Joliet Law. Councillor, sorry, my bad. Sorry, my dear. But we're very glad to have you here with us. Today's our first. We hope to get it better. So you've seen these numbers. You're from Nimba. And Nimba seems to have. What do you think happened? I mean, President Williams seems to be doing better. Seems to have done better in Nimba this time around than the first round.
Right. One, I think that the CDC has been able to slowly close the gap a bit in the first round, and that could be because of several factors. The first round saw a lot of sons and daughters of Nimba involved in the elections, either at the legislative level or at the presidential level. And not all of them supported the Unity Party in the second round. Also, what is most notable is Edith Conclover. Her addition to the CDC campaigning in Nimba further helped the CDC. What is another thing that is notable as well is the violence and the conflict with Anthony Quinfar and Commissioners and Jeremiah King. That really did help the CDC, meaning that because people felt, I'm in a chat room and I won't reveal which one, but before that happened, there were several messages in the chat about a memorial going on for Thomas Quinfar and that the Unity Party and PRJ were not invited, so there was a lot of back and forth earlier in that morning, and there were feedbacks about why are you restricting people from coming? This is, a son of Nimba memorial. But over the course of the day, the Unity Party said they were campaigning in that area, so they passed through the village, and conflict broke out. Several were wounded. There were allegations of gunshots and claims and counterclaims as to who started the violence. But the fact is, the Unity Party did go through the village on that day when they were trading council, right? And so that also caused a lot of hurt and anger from people in that region. The third thing also were some of the threats that some daughters and sons of Nimba were getting from the NDR and Unity Party side as to why they were not supporting them. For instance, Representative-elect Kavumbi, he mentioned in his experience with getting calls and threatening him and how his people took that as an affront and that they were not going to support the Unity Party. So there are several factors that helped the CDC in that. Some of their own doing and some of the Unity Party's doing.
Wow. So this entitlement, this chauvinistic behavior, you don't support us, then you don't love Liberia, or you don't love Nimba enough, you're not true Nimba, played out quite adversely. Yeah, but we're gonna go to the magic wall. Got some numbers that in Grand Jury. Okay. Preliminary results from Grand Jury County, CDC. Nice. Okay, CDC 2,637, representing 87.78% of the votes. Unity Party 367, and very, very wide margin, extremely wide. That doesn't surprise us. But Mariah, since you just come in, I'm going to throw another question at you since you just come in. Unity Party. We have all dealt with the arrogance, the sense of entitlement, and they love to label people as being unpatriotic. You don't love the country, you don't support them. It seems that most Liberians don't share that. You know, I mean, do you think that may have backfired?
I think it did, human nature, people don't gravitate much to negative energy. Or a lot of people don't. I mean, unless you're a negative and toxic person yourself. But as Liberians, we all have one thing in common, many things in common, but one of those things, especially in this period, is our right to vote. Freedom of association, and every citizen has that constitutional right to choose who to support or not. And when a citizen makes a decision, or a person makes a decision, or a party makes a decision, or candidate makes a decision, you either agree with it or you don't. You accept it or you don't. But what you don't have the right to do is to castigate, demean, denigrate, insult, and attack that person because they did not pick your side. What you're doing in essence is not only violating their constitutional right to associate under as provided for, but you also reducing them, their humanity, their dignity, out of spite, not out of facts, not out of anything they did illegally, but out of spite because they did not support you. And what the Unity Party has done throughout these elections is one, they put themselves in the box to be seen as the Jesus of these elections. And these elections were not between Jesus and Satan.
Exactly, yeah.
And they put themselves up in that box to be seen as the Jesus when they're not. In fact, they're worse than Satan.
Fake self-righteousness.
Exactly. And so what that did is not only did it make a lot of people say, something smells here, but it also made people to think that if you haven't even gotten power yet, and you're doing these things to people who don't agree with you, imagine if you win these elections, the extent you would go against your critics. And that scared a lot of people. That absolutely scared a lot of people. The other thing the Unity Party did that was seen as highly hypocritical is that we're not a country of angels. There are lots of people who've been in the politics and the political space for a long time who has some issues. And Unity Party has been able or was able to take some of those people with the worst kind of issues and paint them as the second coming of Jesus.
Just because they were supporting them.
Because they were supporting them. Right. For instance, Christians, butt naked, and the name, the list goes on.
Yeah.
And when others who may have their own issues did not support them, they took them and painted them black as the devil. That level of hypocrisy also made a lot of people to say, something's wrong here. And so when you look at how the Unity Party has conducted itself, people who have sense enough to see what they can say when you're Christmas week, you can know from the east. Just know that and sense that, wash their hands off. And the last thing that I want to stress about what the Unity Party did is, regardless of what you say about UP, you have to give it to them that they have one of the strongest propaganda machineries. But what that does is they're not using it to promote the country in a positive light. They're not using it for positivity. They're using it for negativity. So what they do is they will take someone, tarnish your character, put out lies about you, knowing that the gullibility of our society is so high that people believe it. And those are some of the things that really affected the Unity Party in this election.
I just want to add something really quickly to Mariah's last point about propaganda, what we see
And
happening in the
one
runoff is it's just totally their propaganda failing.
Yes.
So you ran your whole campaign on propaganda that CDC is hated, that you're the best, and if you're not with UP, you're against the country. And then you see CDC winning them in the first round. What does that do? It bursts your whole propaganda bubble, because people are seeing that everything that you were doing, your fear tactics, your smearing of people's reputation, your lies, your dishonesty, it was not real. So that's what killed their momentum in the second round, is that you have no message anymore. Everything has been deflated. People now know that the people actually do like George Weah and the CDC. The whole country is not against George Weah and the CDC. So how could they have picked up from there? What would their message be? How could their propaganda machinery that is so great spin this? That was the danger, and they lost that battle. That's why they're not able to recover in the second round.
So what did I say? Don't get high on your own supply.
Yeah,
That's my favorite line I like to use.
Yeah.
Don't get high on your own supply,
Yeah.
right? When you use propaganda, the propaganda is great in election.
It can only go so far.
It can only go but so far. And when you start to create your own reality and making it seem like your reality is the reality,
That everybody
then
else
you know you
will
have a
have
problem.
it.
Yeah.
And I think when it got to the second round, they were talking outside of the anti-Weah base.
Yes.
The anti-Weah base already hates Weah. So if you told them Weah was performing human sacrifice, they would say yes. They don't check.
True.
You know, it's like, it's easy to be a grandma to cheer you on. But when you leave grandma and hit the broad street for people to clap for you, actually got to do something.
Yeah.
So they put 20% of the people who didn't vote for Weah or Wakai. Those voters are harder to get. They are not the ones you go and tell Bukume's story to about Weah. I didn't get that vote. They didn't come up with a better message. They left the base at home and they took the same message that they gave to the base and tried to give it to the people outside of the anti-Weah orbit. These people wanted an inspiring message about what Joe Walker would do if he was elected. The president set out what he would do if he gets elected. He would get rid of more barriers to higher education, graduation fees and 40/40 fees and stuff like that. This is a real pain point for parents. He expressed that ahead of the second round, speaking to that sweet spot, 19 to 23, where your whole life is about education and you have a voting card. And there's one candidate who keeps banging on about, I'm removing barriers, YM fees, I'm removing, and we taught that small time economics, but this was the issues that matter to the most important demographic, 19 or 18 to 23. That's what they care about. And they have their voter card. They don't care about coastal highway. Some of them never go past Red Line. Yeah, the more than 9 point of view, if you don't leave Red Line, let me go to the campus.
Let me just come in there, guys. The Unity Party had nothing going for them but propaganda.
Exactly.
Well, we built the machinery. When we left it, when we left it, they kind of sustained it to an extent. They did. But then it went haywire because it was not strategically coordinated and guided. So they milked it too much, so much so that it could give no more. Then they turned to chauvinism.
Yeah.
You let off, you're not supposed you buy. You're not there, they gotta turn people off.
Yeah.
And I was like, I was their guy. I didn't preach this. So what's wrong with them? But that's where they lost. And you know what happened just before I started? Not only did UP not gain new voters, UP lost a lot of voters. Two ways. Either they got flipped or they stayed home.
So, cause we got some numbers.
Yeah, then I came in, Mariah.
In Imba County, this is Zor in Imba County, and from the war room, This is the first time Zor has voted against PYJ. All right, this is Zor and also.
So it's the one where they had,
It's a you.
yeah, but it's where they had a conflict.
So I have.
Oh, it's in that district.
Where is
Yeah.
Tupac?
Grandpa conflict.
So
Perhaps this is the way of saying we're very displeased about what happened.
So we also have Kaide, if you will help us with some of these names, right? Kaide, polling place 1, United Party 203, CDC 155. Now, the key to follow here is the gap.
The gap.
The gap, right? This is not necessarily about
You need lots of people.
This is about the gap, right? Polling place 2, United Party 186, CDC 109.
That's still close.
Total,
They never used to be like that.
total, United Party 386, CDC 264.
Ooh, that's bad.
Zolowi, United Party, polling place 1, United Party 144, CDC 195. Polling place 2, United Party 132, CDC 204.
We almost didn't see that.
Polling place 3, United Party 152, CDC 192. Polling place 4, United Party 146,
It's over.
CDC 194. Total, United Party 574, CDC 785. This is, then we go to Zuale. Zuale.
It sounds like Zuale.
Yeah? Zuale, okay. Polling place 1, United Party 98. Polling place 1, United Party 98. CDC 244. United Party 98, CDC 244. Polling place 2, United Party 124, CDC 212.
Wow.
Polling place 3, United Party 84, CDC 178.
Whoa.
Polling place 4, United Party 97, CDC 201.
Wow.
Total for Zwale is United Party 403, CDC 835. Then we go to Dula. Polling place 1.
Nimba, you're still in Nimba.
Still in Nimba. This is all Nimba. Polling place 1, United Party 122, CDC 184.
Wow.
Polling place 2, United Party 60, CDC 155. Polling place 3, United Party 85, CDC 111. The total is United Party 267, CDC 450. Then you got Guagua Tuo. This is in Nimba. Polling place 1, United Party 261, CDC 62. Polling place 2, United Party 180, CDC 45. United Party, polling place 3, United Party 150, CDC 57. Total is United Party 591, CDC 164. All right, let's see here. So now the grand total, then we go to Yeple, polling place 1, United Party 221, CDC 776. Polling place 2, United Party 111, CDC 47. Polling place 3, UP 109, CDC 48. Now the total is United Party 441, CDC 171. The grand total of all of where we just counted, accumulation, we're looking at United Party 2,000. Oh my God, the thing just happening. I'm sorry. Just some numbers just push me.
Yeah.
And they're pushing. Okay, great. Grand total is United Party 2,665. CDC 2,669.
Wow.
So CDC won with 4 votes.
We
This is Nimba.
never saw that.
This is Nimba.
Okay, now we go to sign.
Did that happen in the first round?
No, absolutely not.
And don't forget,
Absolutely not.
and don't forget, you're not getting that kind of reception in the Southeast.
And that's
Let's
talk about the famous war room. I just got a text from a friend in the United Party war room.
Yes.
And he just said to me,
Gloom and doom.
he said, we may be having to control.
It's a benign concession.
I just got
He's
his
in
text from the
the
United Party war room.
war room.
But
And he said,
It's over.
it looks like we are about to give a concession speech.
right.
Yeah. Over. But let's go to the magic wall. And we have some preliminary results from the Southeast. The Southeast is consistent,
They don't
while
share.
Nimba is different.
They don't share. The Southeast.
Guys, we're gonna take a
10:30,
break at
10:30.
10:30. That's just 6 minutes, but let's just give it, because we have thousands of people listening via radio.
You gotta call your PC.
Give me your PC battery.
That's why he wants a break.
5,503, that's preliminary results from Simon County in the southeast, 5,503 for CDC, representing 78.91% of the votes. So far, collated in the CDC war room, and Unity Party picked up 1,470 votes, representing 21.08%. That is a wide.
We are also getting information that the streets are getting packed. Citizens have already started celebrating.
As they should. As they should.
Well,
Because they
I don't
should.
think that this is the time to celebrate
Well,
that.
well,
You can't control that.
You can't control that.
Putting out the people on the
I
spontaneous.
Can't control it.
I feel like we have to.
Oh, we're not falling on them.
You're not falling on them.
But let's say that the trend does look very good.
Right.
Consistent.
And it's very consistent.
And you know what makes it, what makes it over for you people? Nimba.
Yeah.
The same Nimba that saved them and catapulted
You kept
them
saying it.
to that very competitive position.
And
Nimba have let them down.
And the worst of the song is that what's the doing?
Right.
Strong vote.
Like, and no fact to it's very competitive.
It's competitive.
Nobody's competitive. I mean, it's just bad all around.
It is a
I think Boris Johnson really undermined them in Nimba.
He did.
He did.
When
He
they
was
shot
very silent.
apart from the
Strategically silent.
this
Yes.
promotion of austerity through
Yes.
agents
Yes.
really scared the war-weary population
Right.
that thought this would now have tensions, fear of physical harm, and that driving away the female voters.
Right.
But
That's what it is.
Yeah.
Okay, let's laugh a
Do
bit.
you have some results?
No, I just want to laugh a bit before we close. Wait, just stop this. So we have a post from Michael Reloaded Roberts that said,
Is it done?
yes, he has the famous picture with our big brother Amara standing in front of the computer screen. And he says, this is the only result that I'm waiting for. These beautiful computers cannot disappoint. This scheduled time is 3 a.m. We are about 5 hours away.
But I'm not saying you're calling us a play.
He did say it was at 3 a.m.
Yeah.
He did
So
say it was
we'll
at
be
3
here until 3 a.m.
So guys, Isaac, you know what? Let's just take a break. We'll come back. We'll reconnect with Isaac. Folks, we have to take a break. Thank you so much. And
But before we go, I just wanted to say this.
Please do,
very
please do.
important.
Well, Amara just announced that he will be reporting live in the situation room very soon.
Correct.
Yeah.
So the one thing I wanted to say though is what is really hurting the Unity Party in these elections is the fact that credible people, and which is why they try to attack our credibility, who criticized this government over the years, actually made a decision to support this government,
Yep.
which technically told the Liberian people that even in spite of our criticism of this government, they're better than
They're better than
and that's why they continue to go after our credibility. They think we're getting money for this. They think we're doing this because we told the Liberian people to criticize this government and turn around to the people. Even though we criticize this government,
So you want to say, if those people who work with Joe Biden and make it say they meant that they still go to Joe, yeah? Something got
Pastor, here's what really happened. When the lawyers attacked this character assassination attack, they made a mistake with character assassination. They went and added to West African ECOWAS, which were people trust.
Yes.
And then they started insinuating that the Americans were bad. They say, oh, man, it's not crazy.
Yeah, you're going to
As soon as we tell you, Joe,
Well, I just want to announce, ladies and gentlemen, tonight, the 14th of November, 16 days shy of Joe Biden's 80th birthday, we're having the wakekeeping of the Unity Party.
I just like to know, be true, right?
We'll be right
What time is it, big guy? How's it going? Bullshit, man. Fuck that, man. Food. Man, I ran for that food. Wait a minute, come back, man. 30 minutes, I'm with my wife to go. I ran for it. I punch it, you will get fever. Ah, man, I get this shit. That's stupid, man. I be chewing on that bullshit. Hey, Dule, what's up? Hello? Yeah. What's going on? Oh, the beating Bowie? Yeah, you're gonna beat them Bowie. They're being foolish. Oh, but people work there. They don't only went there and work. Either work there. They didn't. So another thing is they didn't even have the resources to go there and do anything else. They didn't have the resources to do anything. They were just talking bullshit. Yeah. Oh, Maggie gone?
Welcome back to this election night special. As you can see, flanked to the left and right. Well, I'm not flanked to the left and right, but a very distinguished panel. We're going to go around. We have to my immediate right, Mr. Ket Hassan, and next to her is next to him. I'm sorry, is Councillor Mariah Yakula, Ms. Telia Urid, Menepake Tumoy, Dr. Henry P. Bade, Tumalin George, and Benjamin Sambi, and of course, Representative Henry Costa. Tonight, we are here for much longer than we had anticipated, but it's very important as we continue to receive results from the various polling places across the country. Liberians voted earlier today. The polls closed at 6 p.m. and very quickly, guys, the results begin to come in as expected, right? Because there were just two candidates, shorter ballot paper, no legislative candidates, which was rather fast. And so we have some results for you. Our technical team, they're gonna put our production crew, they're gonna post those new preliminary results that just got while we were on our break up on the screen. There we have some results from Grand Crew County, preliminary results from Grand Crew County. 4,211 for CDC, representing 86.49% of the votes. Preliminary results. And for Unity Party, 658, representing 13.51% for Unity Party. Preliminary results. Folks, again, the trend continues as far as the Southeast is concerned. While the Southeast keeps coming strong for WIA, Lofa didn't do so well for Wakai. Nimba, a lot of places were flipped. Again, it goes to show that this is a very bad night, or this was a very bad day for the Unity Party. Yes.
As we all know, that the Southeast is a no-go zone. The number is out there. It's a no-go zone. But most importantly, that going in your opponent's stronghold and getting numbers out of them, and that's why we're seeing the trend. We're seeing what we're seeing on the screen now, because the CDC did a lot of work in Lima and Lofa. So the best defense is offense, and that's what the CDC did. So we did good performance from the Unity Party in Lofa and Lima. Give it might be premature, people will say, but I think because of that, we'll give this person this information.
Thank you very much. Mariah, do you think, it's too early and it's ill-advised for any side or either side to begin to celebrate or claim victory? Especially when the official results have not yet been announced, even though the official results will basically come from these, will be called from these results that we are seeing. But what do you think the confidence level is in the Unity Party at this point, knowing them and all?
No, so I have to say that you're correct. I think any responsible party will not be claiming victory this early. And it's important that we definitely have our supporters understand that, that the delay is not denial. So, just by tomorrow, we'll have a good idea, especially with the results coming in the January rounds to start celebrating. But don't take my word for it. I know, having worked with the UP, that part of their plan is questioning, and that's exactly what the Unity Party is going to be doing tonight. They are going to announce results from their counties where they may be in the lead. Certainly Nimba, maybe Lofa, parts of Margibi. They'll just pick and choose those parts where they are leading to give their partisans some level of confidence, at least till tomorrow. When the NEC or when the actual results, from all the polling stations are in. And it's disappointing that they will do that, but then again, it's not unexpected. That's usually standard.
Self-deception.
Right.
The thing is, unfortunately, how much longer, or how long could you do it for?
Exactly, till tomorrow.
Because we're gonna know officially from that who
Right.
won this election in a few days, by Friday or perhaps earlier than that.
Right.
In 2017, we knew within 48, 72 hours.
That's
right?
right.
In a runoff.
It only took two parties.
Exactly.
And so when we had 20 parties and reps and senator candidates, it took next 7 days, which was very cumbersome and took a lot of time. So with only two parties, it might take like about a day or two, at most 72 hours, and they'll make the call.
Precisely.
It's a very short period of time.
Yes, I think the pronouncement by the United Party that they were going to announce results at 3 a.m., they have started all of the partisan past posturing. We're seeing a premature celebration and positioning, because at this stage now, no one is thinking strategy. Strategy is too high level. This is tactics. In real life, the parties must focus on tactics now. And yes, we will send out the warnings that, stay away from playing yourself the victor. That's one of the numbers, and so that you can see fully what the numbers say. But back to the LOFA issue, what do you think, Brownie Shamokai appearing in a church service with the president, what do you think that did to his base in LOFA? Did he send a message?
He did.
On top of that, Brian did campaign once for UP.
So,
Yeah.
so the development issue is being addressed by the president within the means of the government. But then the political grievances, you see the president fixing that so that he is appearing. The mere fact, Brownie didn't need to read out any statement. He just needed to say relations between I and the president is so good to the point that we can worship together. Like, I don't know the church, but they say, can two walk together unless they agree?
Yeah.
Why were they walking together? So the message was sent to Lofa.
Yeah.
That took away from the Waka base.
That nephew Brownie wasn't so confident in his uncle's chances of winning.
Exactly. Yeah. Because if you look at what's been happening with Brownie, he does need clemency.
Pardon, precisely.
Pardon.
Yeah.
And so whoever the next president is going to be will have to grant him pardon given the case. And if what the picture, and as the one writer said, what that communicator was, I don't think that person is going to be just a white guy. I think that person is going to be Joshua. And that's why now I have to fix my relationship with Joshua, because I need him to give me pardon in his second term, or else I'll have to deal with this for the next 6 years. So that was a strong message that was sent, not just to Brownie supporters in Lofa, but to the entire country, that President William will be the next, president for the next 6 years.
And I saw him after that appearance trying to,
Clarify.
and all of that, but I mean,
Because they pushed it.
obviously they pushed him, but at the end of the day, you know that it didn't have the effect that, it didn't have the effect that your appearance had. Your appearance it made a very, very profound statement, and then everything that you tried to say after that was just not going to stick, because you were there with President Ria. If he was a bad person or the person that UP is making him out to be, you would not be sitting in church with him. So.
Precisely.
Well, I just saw something there, and I just want to make a light joke. So there's some results that showed up from Grand Chile in Tucson. Tamaki Joe's hometown, right? And the CDC
Slaughtered.
489 to Unity Party 1. I just want to know who the 1%.
That the lawman who got a shop there.
No, like pool washers.
Wow.
But
That
yeah,
was
they claim they have pool water, but you know, cause I just want to go back to something that you guys said in the church. That nowhere else you can go ask him to give them money to church. Say he wants the president. We at church to ask him for money. You know,
Very nice.
so yeah,
Very nice.
you know.
So, Brother George, is, at this point, is clear. The trend across each of the counties is consistent that CDC has been favored with a new lease in power. And how do you think, let's look at post-announcement reaction, right? Guys, this is important, right?
Yeah.
How do you think the Unity Party is gonna take this? They've convinced their base. They've milked these people of their $100, the $200, the $300, especially the diasporans, right? And they've convinced them that we're gonna win, we're gonna win. All you need, just give us money to protect the votes. We're gonna win. The votes are already in the back. And now they're going to be faced with a situation where they've lost. Do you think they're gonna be man enough and man up to it and say we lost, fair and square? Or do you think to save face, they're gonna posture around and cry wolf? What do you think they're going to do?
Look, in one of their chat room, they are saying that they looked on the faces of the likes of Patrick Onan and Boali. It's some of them different thing. They're not a usual Unity Party victory or persona they're looking at. And based on that, they know that things are not looking good for them. So right now they are in the propaganda stage. They're gonna keep on telling people that, trying to hype them up that they're winning. But the officials, the face of the Unity Party, they're not seeing it yet. They're not seeing it yet. The winning is there. And then somebody also said just on that. They're asking the question why Taiwan didn't campaign for them. He endorsed them. But his sister instead was campaigning and didn't see on the campaign trail. And mind you, he received over 16,000 votes in Lima in the first round. So they all down, put the post together now. What happened? And then the CDC is carrying numbers up in the southeast. They are carrying numbers in Bassa, in Bonn. But Unity Party, CDC, they're not 90%, but CDC is making some gains in Lima and Lofa, getting numbers, beating them in some areas, and that's concerning. And they are having problems perhaps among themselves because they are concerned about what they're hearing from Lima and Lofa. They're not happy with that. They thought it would have maybe blown them out, like what happened. So they're having a concern about that. And they're questioning now what happened with Taiwan, why he didn't show up for them.
I don't think Taiwan ever supported them.
Taiwan did not commit to
I think Taiwan Party.
Taiwan Party is.
I mean, I'm sure in that executive committee meeting, I'm sure he voted no or he abstained.
I'm sure.
Taiwan wanted to abstain.
Yeah.
But they said no.
Yeah.
So
they said no.
But if you notice during the entire press conference, he didn't say anything.
he said
And since then, he has not come out
They're going
once.
silent.
Yeah.
They're going silent.
And the minute, the same day, I think that they made that pronouncement, his sister, who we know
Endorsed.
is more political.
And well grounded in Lima than he is.
Yes, she
She runs
endorsed
several campaigns.
President Ria.
Yeah.
So that alone, and we know the Gongo family, we know that they're a
They're pretty
very
close.
close family. We also know that you will not get Councilor Bonglo on any mic to say something he doesn't believe in.
Yeah.
Hence the reason why
He
you
just
stand
said quiet.
up very quietly and watch them, because you will not get them to lie.
Let me say something quickly. By now, for the fact that it's two-man race, all the parties have access to the tally sheet by now. They know exactly what's the outcome of the election. They know exactly what it is. Make no mistake. Not like they're still looking for tally sheets. They know exactly what the outcome. This is why you see ABS citizens rejoicing, not because they don't know. They know already. And somebody like Ben said earlier in the show, a UP source told him that prepare a concession speech. And honestly, that's a trend.
Look, that stands up face on the picture.
It speaks volumes, you know, it speaks volumes, you know that. It speaks volumes. So,
Put it in the chat.
The whole thing looking very
they all
sad.
have their tally sheets, they know the reality, but they're gonna spin it for the next 24 hours. But like we said, once the platform continues to exist, continue to give the reality, the narrative, they're gonna be shut down. Honestly, that's what happened right now. And because of what we did tonight, Liberians are now realizing that the facts are coming together.
But let me tell you something. Those who are in the habit, on the other side, of hyping the people, giving them false hope, when they know the truth and the facts, and that the numbers don't favor them. When the people get to know that what they've been feeding them is manufactured or is skewed, or slanted, the crowd will just get pissed with them, and any claims they make later on about fraud or whatever, they might lose the public support.
Oh, yeah.
They might lose the public support because they don't want to be honest with them. Yeah. Just tell the people you didn't make it. You just did not make it. You can see the love in their eyes. But they did not make it.
CDC is beating UP in District 3 and 4 in Nima County.
And like what I said before, that we have our tally sheet live from the first round. It's called a hunt because they didn't produce those tally sheets. Any claims tonight about results and having tally
They would
sheets?
have published it.
Yeah, it would have been out there.
Yes, you know it.
I mean, for CDC to be winning any district in Lupa is just.
Oh, yeah, I got some, in fact, I got some numbers.
It's just that.
Yeah, can we do
Let's see
District
some
3 Nimba?
Yes, please.
Okay, so District 3, Nimba County, Yamian. The first polling area, CDC, okay, that's in Bentongwe. The first polling place, CDC 135, UP 20. Polling place 2, CDC 145, UP 21. Then you have Bonla, polling place 1, CDC 131, UP 32. Polling place 2, CDC 120, UP 37. Lugayi, polling place 1, CDC 277, UP 41. Polling place 2, CDC 193, Unity Party 34.
Oh.
Polling place 3, CDC 224, Unity Party 22.
Oh.
Bapa, polling place 1, CDC 107, UP 187. Polling place 2, CDC 118, UP 146. Polling place 3, CDC 77, UP 172. Polling place 4, CDC 95, UP 147. Bololewi, polling place 1, CDC 119, UP 47. My God.
And
Nimba County,
Way.
District 3.
In
Can you imagine?
In the first
Wow.
round, UP won CDC in that district.
After Jackson said he's in that. Which one is that?
District 3.
District 3.
Wow.
The issue here of a threat that came about from the Secretary General, we talked about that, the threat to the president, we just saw that on the
Which threat from the Secretary General who?
The Secretary of the United Party.
What threat did he issue?
On the president.
Yeah, Amos 12.
There's a quote here.
Amos 12.
There's a quote here, United Party Secretary General deems dire consequences for President Weah should he manipulate the runoff election result. This is quote from Amos 12. When George Weah tries it, that's the last end to his presidency. It is important we have to say this. We can't come here and try to undermine the democratic way of the people of this country and expect that we can stand by quietly.
So these people just believe that if they win, then there's a democracy.
Right,
If they don't win,
then
then everything is scattered. I mean, what
You're
kind
going
of-
about election.
You went on the election and you think that it's automatic that you must win. It's not, that's the actual evidence,
I can say this. It must feel free to say anything you want to say. But if you make any threat that results into injury, the law is taking place.
Yes.
But you have to
So that I can promise it must try.
But
That I can promise
But you have to take
that
what
if
Amos
you
said.
do anything that will.
You have to take what Amos said and put it together with a whole series of statements. Beginning with the most senior person in the United Party.
So the country will come to an end.
Uncle Joe. This is the person who has no respect for intergenerational equity. You grew up in a peaceful country, you got a scholarship, you went to school, and you know, you work for the government, you enjoy, you occupy a lot of positions, 50 years. And young people trying to put their lives back together after a bruising civil war. And you have the audacity to threaten peace because you don't get another government job or you don't get a key to executive mansion. But after that, so Amara Collins, you have to take that and add it to Amara Collins' outburst. And then you add it to Mo Ali's irresponsible press statement that antagonized ECOWAS. Taking together, all these statements suggest the Unity Party insiders know more than they're letting on. They know they've lost these elections. They know there's no path for Boakai. There's no way again, we spoke about it. For him to return in favor of flipping counties, it's impossible. The Southeast is solidly behind the president. So therefore, having found out there is no pathway to winning this one, in order for the party to survive, they are going to orchestrate these grievances. And that's what this spread is about.
Okay, Mr. Duma, I'm going to hold you right there, folks. We've got updated preliminary results from Simon County. Earlier when we reported, okay guys, it's gonna, our production team is gonna put it out on the screen. Okay, there you go. CDC has moved up from 78.92% to 81.40%. That's a 2.48% increase since we last reported. CDC now stands at 7,945 votes, and the Unity Party has dropped has plummeted down by 2.68%. They have 1,816 votes to CDC's 7,945 votes. That's Sino, and this is consistently trending. This is what the Southeast looks like. Came in very strong for CDC, and unfortunately, Unity Party could now hold, they could not.
I mean, the same couldn't happen in Liberia.
No, they could not replicate what CDC did in the Southeast. Yeah, that's very bad for them. There is no district, no polling place. In fact, to say district is a stretch. There is absolutely no polling place in the Southeast that the United Party wins.
Right.
Zero, none, zero.
Right.
Whilst, on the other hand, there are many polling places in Nimba and precincts, because precincts are larger than polling places. In Nimba, the CDC won, and there are several districts in Lofa. It gets even worse when you go to Lofa. And this is bad. So, folks, we just want to explain this to you. This is Unity Party's pathway, or this could have been the pathway to winning. Unity Party had to increase their margins in Lofa and Nimba, and then do better in the western region, in Bakolu, Cape Mount, and Bombay, in order to have a chance to win the election. Montserrat, they could, even if the meeting what they did in the first round, that's the pathway. But unfortunately for them, as the results are presented, they perform worse in Nimba and Lofa and other places, including Montserrat and Bassa. You know, because the thing is, we was already ahead of them by 7,000.
Yes, yes.
What they needed to do was to catch up and to eclipse it,
Yeah,
surpass it.
yeah.
They failed to do that. They failed to even, you know, repeat their exact performance.
Right.
Yes.
Right.
As they did their first one.
And
That's just bad.
to add to that, you know, I usually would say the CDC and the UP got, let's say 43%, right? So you had all the other parties, the other 18 parties, that you also needed to tap into their base and get votes from them to add on to what you already had. And so what's happening is, of course, runoff, there will be people who will not show up to vote, which is fine. But in spite of the low output in the runoffs, you clearly have not been able to either keep your margins in areas, because if the margins are the same, even if the numbers are lower, it still keeps the consistency. But you've not been able to keep the margins, and you're clearly losing other areas, and the CDC is winning in some areas in your stronghold, and you're not winning in the CDC stronghold in the southeast, and that's bad.
Okay, folks, we have some results here from Bond County. Very important, from Bond. Very, very, very important. Because CDC did win Bond, but by 10,000 votes.
Yeah.
Not so bad. But we always knew they have potential to increase our
Right.
Yeah, and it seems like they're on track to
and they were able to do that. You know, better cohesion, better coordination, and it looks like it's paid off.
Yeah.
So we have here from Pye Public School, District 1, Bond County. This is polling place 3, 49 votes for UP, 99 votes for CDC. Then we go to the same Pye Public School, polling place 2, 88 votes for UP, 98 votes for CDC. Then we go to Pye Public School again, 01, 83 votes UP, and 195 votes CDC. We move on to Zibe Public School, District number 1, polling place number 4. This is 65 votes UP, 93 votes CDC. We go to Zibe Public School again, polling place number 3, 70 votes UP, 101 votes CDC. We go to Zibe Public School again, polling place number 2, 92 votes Unity Party, 155 votes CDC. We go to Zibe Public School, polling place number 1, 81 votes Unity Party, 155 votes CDC. Folks, there you have it. Again, Bond County seemed to have come around.
I mean, it comes with the endorsement and the work that CDC put in the runoff. Like I said, the vice president was very active in these runoff. She spent most of her time in Bond County, and with the likes of CAFI and the whole machinery from the Johnny British team, campaign team. They put a lot of work into it, and so I expected them to have increased the numbers there.
You
So-
also had the CPP Chairman Yala.
Yes.
You also had Woman Briggs, Representative Woman Briggs, who also helped a lot. You had several representative candidates from the CPP and other parties and even independents.
And even the ALP.
The ALP, Papa Colet, right, so that really helped.
Yeah, no, but I do agree with the bond scenario. I think the bond scenario is going to be very important. I mean, just looking at these things, I'm still trying to see a pathway here for the UP, right? I'm trying to play devil's advocate here and try to see if there is one. How do they get there? With all the trends, the way the trends are going, you can clearly see here that the CDC is on the upward trajectory, and the UP on the other end, just like you said, they're not holding their own. The CDC is holding her own, even outperforming them in a lot of areas. But I can tell you, this is not, I don't think this is the night the United Party was looking forward to. I think they were looking forward to, to something way different. And as we read these results, I mean, listen, man, I gotta give it to the Southeast people. If you
They're very consistent.
if you
Committed.
looking, I don't know for the Southeast people, man. I mean, it's just
And their turnover was higher than the rest of the country.
Yes, yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
Well, Ben, did you ever go to some either camping?
Not at all.
No.
So then how can you
Expect it. Okay, we have Brother Jackson. We're gonna go and take Brother Isaac Jackson.
I mean,
Brother Jackson,
Costa,
we have
thank you. You told me the right time. I mean, when somebody say, "What up?" The question was, "What up?" Bwaga went to camping in the southeast. I mean, that question is very interesting.
Nice.
You Costa play on public record that the man help will not even permit him to walk from the house to ELW. How could he have gone way over there to camping? He can't go there. The man is chronically ill. But you know, our sisters said we left camping mode now, so we shouldn't use camping jargons. But you know, when people make public accusation against your camping manager and try to belittle your camping manager using Nangbe, when people try to belittle your minister of finance, then it is important for some of us who understand propaganda to put the truth in the public against Mr. Kone. We hit the truth on his forehead. That's what I've been able to do to Brother Kone. Brother Kone was not the most competent and most qualified person to serve that position of Minister of Finance. I gave the list of other people who served that ministry after him that are far better than what he brought to that ministry. So since that is in the public now, it is important for us to look at why the Unity Party is experiencing this catastrophic defeat. Because they did absolutely nothing to bring vote to Mr. Bwaka. Take for instance, the Unity Party has this clown of an individual, this incontinence toddler, putting a loud bow on Facebook, just dumping trash on Facebook against professional women like you, Tilia Yuri, professional woman like my sister, Mariah. That's young brother. Dumping bow against these young professional women who could do something better with their life subsequently after politics. You demonize them. The other thing they did was they were demonizing Congo people. You look at our whole ticket, Kumi Bronskin ticket, you try to demonize it. When you got jailed for vote, then you go capitulating to them and crawling on your belly pathetically and say, "Oh, they can't endorse you." I mean, there was no strategy from the Unity Party. That's why our people are voting against them. CDC is going to get a tsunami victory against these decrepit old men who they wanted to bring to be president for the country. What you think Liberian people, what you take the Liberian people for? So Liberian people are clapping back and telling the Unity Party that the Unity Party is out of steam. This Unity Party, after this election, I can predict with certainty that it will go into oblivion. Even though my friend Amara, what he did with the Ebola money, he will carry there and spend some, but it will not resuscitate the Unity Party because there will be a big fight in the Unity Party for who becomes the heir subsequently. But the CDC presents a bigger hope to Liberian people. I believe, I'm not at this stage anymore. I know President we have won this election. President Dr. We have won this election. What I think the CDC needs to do going forward now, which I think we should be looking at. We got to be forward looking at. They're opening winning. CDC won. You go to Nimba. I'm not saying they're running behind Yellow, right? Garrison Yellow, the guy who brought the victory to the CDC. Just one man, one strong man, just look at Prince Johnson and challenge him in the face. Either gone way, strong woman, towering woman, stretching her back up. And they say they're chasing them now, and because they say quote unquote, they kill people and they betray girl confidence. And so Kun got all these small boys running behind the people in the place there. But that will not hit. Even the scam with a spoon who sit on a platform and try to deliberately deceive the people when you know they're going down. Everywhere, all the polling stations, people collected, the war rooms are clear. That the CDC is in a decisive position. It's going to get a decisive victory. So you sit down on your radio station like you always done, market delivery last and delivery force who deceive your people. That's what that spoon network is accustomed to doing. What do you expect when a criminal is heading a particular institution? That criminality will go on there. That deception will go on there. Democracy doesn't thrive when people's market delivery falsehood. Soon and very soon they will break on them. Even the statement from young comrade Tue is utterly irresponsible, and we condemn it here. There can be no if and end about it. Nobody should threaten the peace of our country, even though Bouaka was the first to say it, and the American issue the visa restriction alert immediately after Bouaka talked about ending Liberia. Now small boys behind saying stuff like the way they say. We have to condemn these people. We have to stand up to them. Some of us got demonized for us. Yeah, Costa. They were saying, my friend Costa and myself came to CDC because we're looking for jobs. Why is Amon crying rivers of tears? You cry rivers of tears because of the job you want. If you brought old Bouaka and you're hanging behind old Bouaka, what you want? You're desperate because you won't come back to government. You won't get back to be Deputy Minister of Internal Affairs. Now what you're desperate for us, it was not about Bouaka because we knew that no sick person would do the heavy lifting for our country. We recognize that the new future for Liberia rested with President Weah. After President Weah, what President Weah needs to do, reconcile our country, be more inclusive, decisively fight corruption. I will advise the president, if I met with him, to tell you, look, you need to establish an office for a special counsel that will go after corrupt individual in past government. You need to set that record that you have zero tolerance against corruption. When we see people like Amara marching around, blithering around the place and pretending as though people have sinned against him when he most sinned, it's just disgusting. So that office may need to be established. Go back and check what happened to Ebola money. Let's check what happened to COVID money. Let's check what happened to other people. Let's scrutinize their stewardship. The CDC, when the CDC does this particular thing, all these things, the CDC will get more fair with the Liberian people. You go across Africa. You go to Tanzania. You know what? In Tanzania has a single party with other political parties around, but what single party have been producing leadership for Tanzania over time. CDC can do similarly. A CDC conducts itself. I'm coming. Oh, sorry. The internet. What I'm saying is, if the CDC conducts itself properly, be more inclusive, reconcile the country, fight corruption decisively, why will United Party say tomorrow? What will be their argument tomorrow? They don't have an argument. All Liberia needs, we need better leadership that will bring development. And I think President Weah is on that trajectory. Bouaka is not there because we took a track record. He got nothing to show to us. 12 years. Did he develop so far? No, he did not do so. So, Brother Costa.
Sorry about that.
Brother Costa.
Yes.
Brother Costa.
This is important, folks. Posted on his Facebook page some 27 minutes ago. Let me read for you. We've already started with fear mongering, and they're preparing a strategy to make their case that the election was stolen. He wrote this, and I read: remarkable vigilance by our pool security officers. I don't know what the hell he calls pool security officers. We need citizens' action to protect the votes. We need citizens' protests. Too many government officials are being chased away from polling centers in unmarked cars. Bunch of conspiracy theorists, fear mongering. What is the intent? We got this. But Brother Bonnie, you said by 3 a.m. you will declare. That what you said, Brother Bonnie. So now why are you doing all that? Just wait for 3 a.m. Why is the brother not working, guys?
Because that's not the real plan. As I said, it goes back to what I said. AMK knows enough mathematics to know a victory for Bouaka is not possible. The next best thing is to launch an attack on the president's victory, to make it, to hang a dark cloud over the country and to persecute this charge against the president of stealing the election. That's the United Party strategy going forward. They can't find the votes, so they're going to find faults, and they're going to try to coordinate protests and create the basis for political negotiation. This is how the United Party upper echelon can secure their future. So if you're out there in your United Parties and they're looking to use you, your bodies, put you in harm's way, advise an illegal protest, things like citizen action, that is backed by nothing but just hot air. And you're gonna create a basis for AMK and them to sit down with the government and negotiate. This is what I think this is going to.
Well, it is disturbing, but let's wait and see what the temperature will look like. Like you said, let's wait and see what their projections will be. But
I think we have some results here for you. Earlier, some results came in. Let's just go there. Riverside County.
Yeah.
This is where the president's mother is from. So Georgia is their son. From Fred Bernard School, electoral district number 2, ITR, CDC 217, Unity Party 42, polling place number 2, CDC 124, Unity Party 43, polling place number 3, CDC 125, Unity Party 49. We go to another polling place and another polling room or prison. Polling place number 1, CDC 186, Unity Party 10. Polling place number 2, CDC 184, Unity Party 13. Chester City Hall, electoral district number 2, polling place number 1, CDC 191, Unity Party 99, polling place number 2, CDC 111, Unity Party 71, polling place number 3, CDC 119, Unity Party 64. Voin Town Palava Hot, electoral district number 2, polling place number 1, CDC 151, Unity Party 60. Polling place number 2, CDC 131, Unity Party 71. Jamestown Palava Hot, electoral district number 2, polling place number 1, CDC 120, Unity Party 36. Polling place number 2, CDC 134, Unity Party 34. Yaba Town Hall, electoral district number 2, polling place number 1, CDC 187, Unity Party 77. Polling place number 2, CDC 175, Unity Party 83. Polling place number 3, Unity Party 65, CDC 149. Bartown, polling place number 1, UP 54, CDC 173. Niba, Cephas Town Hall, electoral district number 2, polling place number 1, CDC 82, Unity Party 135. This is the only place that won so far, one polling place. Polling place number 2, CDC 96, Unity Party 119. Rocktown, electoral district number 2, polling place number 1, CDC 241, Unity Party 28. Polling place number 2, CDC 232, Unity Party 35. Bartown, electoral district number 2, polling place number 1, CDC 173, Unity Party 54. Upper Timbo, Little Liberia, electoral district number 2, polling place number 1, CDC 208, Unity Party 67. Polling place number 2, CDC 191, Unity Party 75. Bopper Hamilton Town, electoral district number 2, CDC 261, Unity Party 48. Dassau Town, polling place number 1, CDC 214, Unity Party 72. Polling place number 2. Folks, it's a long list. At the end of the day, Unity Party is performing extremely dismally in Riverside County, which does not surprise me at all. So everywhere George Weah did well, is doing better. Everywhere Unity Party performed well, they're doing not so well in the runoff, guys. There's no pathway. The trend keeps showing that it is consistent.
Right.
That's what's happening to you.
Right, because I believe in the first round, there was CDC was at like 55% of river cess. Now it has gone up. I believe when you look at these numbers, it looks like it's going up to about 65, 70%, which is a lot, you know.
Yeah.
These are the kinds of margins that you're looking at to see if they will get to that 50+1. Looking at them making small gains in Nimba, looking at them making small gains in Lupa, places like River Cess, Grand Bassa. When you see those gaps closing up a little bit, that means that they're on the pathway to getting that 50+1.
Just to hold you there, yeah. Speaking of River Cess, our guys have done the aggregate. We have the numbers up there. Preliminary results for River Cess County. You're talking about 65, 70%. You're just to go right down the money. CDC has, according to the preliminary results, 2,082 votes, representing 68.01%. Just less than 2 percentage points shy of the 70% projection you were making. And Unity Party has 31.98%, or 979 votes. That's very bad.
This is what you will see, and you will start to be very, very worried. You get worried for Unity Party.
So people took votes away. This was happening.
Yes.
Away from Wakai.
Yes.
And get them to Bia. They were like, okay, we voted for this guy in the first round. But hey, we're not so sure that we want him to be the president.
Yeah.
When things came into sharper focus, that's what runoffs do.
Yeah.
To get people to rethink,
Yes.
to reconsider.
And CDC is doing exactly what they need to do. They keep increasing their numbers in the stronghold, and UP is performing poorly in their stronghold.
Now how do you win?
In the stronghold. But now, just to get something clear, for the fact that they're issuing threats and coming with all of these threats, it shows you that they are on the path of losing the election.
Yeah, that's what losers
But I will encourage, I will hope that ECOWAS now, they are all in Liberia to speak on this. The threats, you gotta put a stop to these threats and caution them. Before the election, the eve of election, the spokesperson of the Unity Party campaign team, Mo Ali, was really called by ECOWAS. And they threatened to take into legal action on him for his threats. Now the Secretary General of the Unity Party now is issuing a direct threat to the presidency of our country.
But you
I
think
think that is very concerning.
there's no credibility with the
Yes,
election.
and I think over time that ECOWAS now they called Vice President Boyka to order and tell and said, well, this was happening, you must
He
keep it.
doesn't control his feet,
I
does
mean,
he?
they're just,
Keep it too silent.
they're holding onto strings, is that what that's
Yeah.
what you say?
I want to say something. Somebody, an extremely technical, a lot of stakeholders, and somebody said to me, said the UP is also claiming victory and CDC is claiming victory. Look, you gotta understand the mindset of the Unity Party. This is what they do. You saw all through the first round, they were pontificating and making all the statements around like they were winning, not necessarily winning on the first ballot, but they were getting more votes, right? Even after NEC announced that Georgia had more votes than Unity Party still claimed victory.
Even though they didn't raise any issue by going to court or going to NEC, but they were still cleaning the one. They were like, oh yeah, we won it, but no problem. We'll still go to your second round. I mean, who does that?
But at least in the first round,
It's so dishonest.
on election night, they were bullish.
But they're not bullish tonight.
Yes,
At all.
so you have to look.
Yes.
5 hours, 5 to 6 hours since the closing of polls, AMK managed a post. And it's not to say, thank you, we've got the data sheets. Because if you're going to be announcing at 3 a.m., if it's a real claim, you should be so far along the process of at least receiving and then now collating and computing these results. He didn't express confidence. He expressed fear.
So, Senator Young Lawrence, they posted that my rescue children, let's be small, they were so
They better sleep.
They're waiting for NEC because the 14,000 people are not real.
Yeah, I mean, what happened to the 40,000 people?
They didn't have 40,000
Last night I was listening, it's just sad because you see all of this posturing and they think that they're dealing with children. So you've seen them
one day they're posting pictures, one person acting like the big bad wolf in town. Last night I was listening to Spoon on one of the rare occasions that I do, and they had a CDC election expert from 2017 making all of these outlandish claims. It's just like they're just looking for things to pull onto. Go to the election, protect your votes, bring the results out. 3 a.m. will be here, we'll be waiting for you. 1 year, 1 year.
My UT, all these folks who are doing this, right? All these folks who are doing this, they are elected officials.
They have nothing to
They
lose.
have nothing to lose in this process. Nothing whatsoever. From the vice standard bearer of this unity party, he has 6 years left.
With his godfather who just got his term.
Chris Johnson got his 9 years. Amara Conan got his 9 years. Taylor got 6 years.
Yomi got 6 years.
got 6 years.
Moi got
These
6 years.
people have nothing.
Joe Biden is the biggest loser.
The loser in this process is Vice President Joe Buckeye and the ordinary partisans who they have hyped and created this reality that don't exist.
Yeah.
That they are about to win this election. And I'm telling you, there's going to be a lot of disappointment because, like I said, we've seen this movie before. We saw how they acted during the first round. You know, like you said, they were so bullish. I mean, there was a point where you know, even when CDC, when they announced it said CDC meeting, the CDC people said, I was scared, like, okay, is this no more real?
End of Liberia.
But look who's asking people to wait for the data now.
Yeah.
And asking for day to break.
Yeah.
In Liberia, 3 a.m. is not considered day that break. Practically, you have to wait around 7, 8 a.m. And in my estimation, the brutality issue is stubborn. If you pay basic $20, talk about election day logistics, you're calculating $20. I'll tell people the truth. When I'm trying to drive from the point about elections, I said, well, I asked for the poll watchers time. When they give it to me, I then counter it. They say, yes, but you have a right to over 1,000 poll watchers take tax because the 550 polling places. Now, even if you are talking about phone calculator, if these adults agree to go for $5, I'll still be in trouble. So then a reasonable amount.
And let alone $20.
But we're not even around deployment costs. Because I'm assuming the people that are not going to fly to these places.
They're not going to use that at $20 to pay their way.
No, it must be in addition to the cost of deploying them. Then training. You know, I'm going about it carefully so that our listeners understand the deceit that Amara is playing when he comes and figures out there like 14,000 persons.
But you only did a city.
It's like you
The eve of the first round, you only said, well, we just deployed 13,000 and after that, know that you're supposed to be protected. Why do they lie to their people? And I'm told that they're eating their poor water money they've been raising.
But they can't even find money to deploy 13,000 persons. A conservative estimate of spending around $60 per head would take you into the millions. And so, if you are a United Party foot soldier and you're lucky to be listening to us, please go home and see it. People in God don't money. They got business.
But let me tell you something.
I got businessmen. I can have briefcases. Like I see the documents in there. Then they got flour on there. The men check out.
That big one bomb is up forever.
That laptop, that AMK, that empty laptop. Nothing in it. Where the data will come from to enter the program that you show your own spoon.
No, but in the first round.
Okay, guys, I think we're about to receive some numbers there from both accounts. But yeah, you can go ahead.
Yeah, so during the first round, by this time, you have all the colleges were posting colleges on Facebook. But now you see they're only talking about they're winning and stuff.
Is that not good? All right, not posting.
Not putting colleges.
You see them posting that?
Oh, they have the colleges there. Everybody have the colleges there. Nobody's there.
My man, that is the part.
Yeah,
All right, so we're gonna go to Lofa. Look at Lofa. This is not good at all. Folks, preliminary results from Lofa County. 23,257 votes for CDC, accounting for 40.98% of the votes so far. Whilst UP picked up so far 33,490 votes, representing 59.01%. Guys, CDC is closing has picked up an additional 10 percentage points of the votes in Lofa. Guys, this is bad.
It is the Bandi kingdom. It is this is the revenge of the Bandi kingdom.
This is terrible. It's over.
So at the beginning of the show, you laid out this whole tale of using people and Joe Buckeye being
he's the user in chief.
Now in his county, the Kisi people are not necessarily the biggest ethnic group. Lofa is a confederacy of 6 tribes. It's not like one where you have this absolute pellet dominance, or say in Bassa, where you have a Bassa dominance. In Lofa, you have to build consensus. And if you don't have work, you can't sustain leadership. So the Kisi leadership, leadership of the county, reflected by Joe Buckeye's presence on the national scene, is supported by a tribal alliance, where the Bandi kingdom always came in for him. They're significantly larger than the
Bandis and the Romans also coming.
Let me ask you this question.
But not the Kisis.
The Kisis are very small, but they're highly respected because the Bandis and the Mandingos cooperate a lot. A lot of Bandis are Muslim, and so Kwadubune and that Bandi kingdom, they work together a lot. But here is where the problem came. The man who now represents CDC and represents Lofa at the Senate, Councillor Sosa Jala's election, he had been promised by Joe Buckeye that he was supporting for the Senate. When push came to shove, Joe Buckeye refused to play the leadership role. That was why when he went into the county to campaign against Sosa Jala. So the alliance now is undermined because Joe Buckeye doesn't keep his word.
Well, let me say something to you. When the Supreme Court gave the ruling that Brownie Samuka would not be taking his seat, essentially, Joseph Buckeye reached out to me and sent me a message. He said, nephew, I need to go to Lufa to consult with the people to discuss this vacancy that's been caused by Browning's denial by the Supreme Court. So I need $10,000. Wow. Wait. The Venerable nephew went and hustled 7,000. And then you go lend it. My ungrateful uncle received the 7,000. Instead of going to Lofa to consult, speaking of that, he took a big bag of all that. Right. Instead of going to Lofa, he sat down at rehab and ate the 7,000. Never went to Lofa and made an arbitrary unilateral decision that he was picking Alba Kotima. Yes. And that's why you see CDC went and backed Jala. And Jala walked him. So you see, it offended the Bandis. The Bandis felt that since former CC, no, not former CC, former something. He was senator during he became senator in 1997, proportional representation time for Shastina. That was the last time a Bandi man became senator of both parties. The Bandis have been asking their quote-unquote Uncle Joe to play along. We want to go back to the Senate. Yeah. Send one of us to the Senate. And Joe Buckeye kept denying them. Yeah. So the Bandi people took it. They took it. And so now the Bandis do not feel beholden to Joe Buckeye. Because Joe Buckeye, he's a user. He lies to people, he exploits you. He feels entitled to your support. He thinks he owns Lofa. He thinks Lofa is his fiefdom. And so he sits down at rehab, asks for money to go to Lofa, does not go, eats the money, and then makes decisions and thinks that he can impose them on the people. Right. So all these decisions are the ones that are coming to bite him today.
Yeah. And the under-engaged youth of Lofa, the interior is very boring. If you live in the interior, it's very boring, especially when there's no development. Then you have an energetic guy in Foya wrecking havoc in terms of political, causing real political damage, but doing a lot of construction that you need a lot of physical labor to do. That's hiring. You're building radio stations, you're creating activities for the young people, you're bringing electricity into the joint. And so the CDC is drawing the youthful population away from the tribal consensus that have been keeping Joe Biden at the top of Lufa politics without the numbers from his own tribes to do it. Then you have Moses Kony Canada. Moses Kony Salary area networking perfectly with Thomas Fala, who is taking a share of the TC votes to CDC as well. The combined effect of that, plus what Kwame Bone is doing as in rejecting this Joe Biden presidential, it explains why CDC is doing better.
Coupled with everything that Joseph Boyka has not done, which
Yeah.
is just glaring.
Yeah.
You don't need anything else as a show of what Lopa means to him. He hasn't done anything
But
there.
that's where I'm going. That's where I'm going. I want to ask this question. Are people of Lofa picking development and say, you know what, we are not going to that travel line anymore. It's been there 12 years.
It's not working.
It's not doing anything, just empty talk. And we get our own song, which is Thomas Fala, Percy Yeke, Bono, all those people are doing development. And Lofians are telling to their own people who doing something for them versus Joe Biden.
As opposed to one entitled uncle.
And the guy who led the charge, the propaganda. First of all, let's announce that Clarence Massacre, who's the darling of the Unity Party, was rejected because he comes from Bani Kingdom.
Yeah.
Yeah, he tried to be representative for the third time. He was rejected outright. Mimane, who was leading the charge of, he took Banu Samoka's grievance and equated it to the president's feeling towards Lofa.
Yeah.
But he ran out of ammo when Bani sat next to the president in the church. And the picture went wild. So the anti-Lofa has top men in his government, men and women from his government, that care about Lofa. That's a lot of time that's significant.
So you think that picture that Bani Samoka is sitting beside the president,
It did a lot of work.
you think that picture did a lot of damage?
It did. Subliminal.
Not damage.
You say they may hate our people. You say you're fair with it, man. What are you going to do here?
Y'all felt the men because Bani.
Yeah.
Then Bani him.
Bani said it in the
I talking about Papa.
So what are you going to do there? It means it's not true.
But because I don't forget what
It discredits.
It discredits and defeats the narrative that Brani and we are, or Brani, Brani's issue was solved by we are. That's why Brani gets it wrong. Yeah.
And look at the community centers. Look at the personal investments being made by people from the CDC in Lofa. The CDC in Lofa is seen as a modernizer. It's seen as a modernizer. The UP Lofa people, including Augustine Puhe, Gafuan, and the rest of them, when they held high-profile, lucrative government jobs, they didn't go back home. Even if you can afford to build 2-bedroom, just build it there to show the people that this is actually your home. You didn't do this. And that's where Jeff Koji and the rest of them are scoring serious points on the ground.
Can we say same thing in Nimba?
I wanted to jump in there. Comrade, can I jump in there quickly?
Showing nothing. Same thing in Nimba. It's why Nimba.
Comrade.
It's the numbers that we're seeing.
Guys, can we go to Kwame Bone a little bit?
Comrade.
This is the Mandingo, the oldest Mandingo chief.
And the home of Unity Party.
And the home of the man who founded the Unity Party.
Edward Ian
Cassidy.
This
was actually.
forget
This is what
me.
CDC did to the Unity Party in the home of the founder of the Unity Party. Kwame Bone, Canela Town, polling place number 1, UP 48, CDC 296. These numbers look like Southeastern numbers.
Of course.
Polling place number 2, UP 25, CDC 158. And then I Uncle Joe listening to the Mandingo people. Polling place number 3, UP
Did they say
21, CDC 119. Somondu Town, polling place number 1, UP 83, CDC 178. Polling place number 2, UP 85, CDC 159. Jambulo Town, polling place number 1, UP 177, CDC 183. Mami Koledu Town, polling place number 1, UP 56, CDC 106. Polling place number 2, UP 46, CDC 247. Polling place number 3, UP 48, CDC 151. Kolela Town, polling place number 1, UP 58, CDC 282. Polling place number 2, UP 50, CDC 305. Wow. Folks, these results are disastrous.
But Costa, let me jump in there quickly, Mama. Costa. Hello?
2017, but I think they can still from 2017 when after the election when Obanjo went down in Lo-Fi, his statement against the Muslim religion. I think Lucien Kamara is disconnected with his
We're gonna
works.
throw right here, didn't
So
it?
he went in Lo-Fi and talked about wiping out the Muslim from that region as far as Guinea and Sierra Leone. I think the Mandingo people remember that. They understand that. And they were not listening to Lucien Kamara from Apple. So that's where this connection. So by saying this result, we took that seriously.
The Mandingo community in Liberia is now homogeneous. They're heterogeneous. The Mandingos of Bon are not the Mandingos of Lofa. The Mandingos of Lofa are not the Mandingos of Black Gina. They're different. So I say this to say, when somebody said the Mandingo people are with me, I said, which one of the Mandingo people? Are you talking about the Lofa Mandingo or the Black Gina Mandingo?
But even in
So the people that Lucini, they get the Black Gina Mandingo. But the Mandingo only the majority of Mandingo because that is the oldest Mandingo chiefdom in this country. And that's the one we are getting.
Also, stakeholders engagement.
Yeah, go ahead. What is it?
You made a point earlier in passing about how CDC systematically engaged the top 5 persons in every electoral district.
Yeah.
The value of that. So Myron is from Guadeloupe.
Precisely.
I think she was married.
The husband is the Minister of Internal Affairs.
Okay.
Who the president inherited.
And maintained him from the Unity Party.
Yes.
Converting him.
So
Folks, yes, when you finish your point there, we'll just show the aggregate numbers from yeah, guys.
So there's a
Look it up there. Look at the area.
yes. So
Look at my
so the haphazard way in which the United Party went about stakeholders engagement for the second round, excessive focus on presidential candidates, and not comprehensive enough look at the map. So you're chasing Appleton around. How does he help you? You don't have a ground. You don't have a ground. You just focus on generals. So you're going up to see ABC. You're looking out for Appleton. You're chasing the gongos up and down. And by the way, the CDC got the best of the gongos. With Edith. But beneath these top sign-up, the CDC paid careful attention to the down ballot candidates, like the representative candidates, those who won and those who lost, marching them together into a powerful ground force that's producing these numbers.
Guys, let me just go. UP touts and projects itself as the party of the intellectuals, the intelligent, sophisticated, professionals, right?
The intellectual rumbles.
Yeah, and they will have you believe that CDC, they're a bunch of unsophisticated people, right? How is it that this bunch of unsophisticated people manage to beat you hands down every time? Who's the real idiot here?
No, smart is what's.
Is it the guy who pretends to be sophisticated but truly is an idiot?
Yeah.
Who doesn't know how to beat the supposed idiot? You know, the joke is on UP.
Yeah.
The joke is on them. Because this is, you know what? Let me tell you one of the things that excites me in all of this. Some of us want that we have to win more than we are wanting to win. I don't want to. I can't wait to see the rapid disintegration of the United Party.
Yes.
That party that exudes and oozes nothing but arrogance and entitlement with an elitist mentality. I can't wait to see them crumble because they don't fit in this space. They don't. You know, they have people who the government spent $300,000-$500,000 on them to go to school abroad. You have to give CDC credit for that.
Yeah.
How many young people you've seen CDC spend $500,000 in the Harvard or the Yale or Princeton? They come back here, the boys actually they walk on water. And these are the guys who are waiting to be the next ministers of this and ministers of that because they were junior ministers in the Ellen government. Now Ellen is out of the way, and the likes of America who were their benefactors at the largest, you know, at the expense of the state. Today, these are the boys that are looking forward to becoming the next ministers of finance and the next ministers of agriculture and commerce. But that's not going to happen because they've lost the election. But CDC decided, we're not going to spend $500,000 to send this young man to Harvard. Come on. You know how many people need that? You know? And so in fact, they don't even have that kind of money. Yeah. Unlike the United Party that had an influx, a consistent, steady influx of foreign exchange of donor aid, and all these NGOs were here, and, you know, but right after, when as Ellen was leaving, they were folding up and leaving this country. Leaving jobs, we have to look inwardly and domestically raise resources, expand the revenue envelope to be able to sustain this government. Maintaining the wage bill, right? Maintaining the wage bill at $30 million a month with no significant or even worthy of mention in international direct budget support. This is a success story. Without this country crumbling, some of us are very hard on him. Yeah. You know, we were. Because we were in that space. But truth be told, you cannot negate, you cannot ignore in good conscience the significant honest strides that this government has made, regardless of the mistakes that were made. But I think lessons were learned on both sides. We learned lessons on our side that we were in bed with the wrong allies, and they've learned lessons on their side that they need to reach out more and engage more. Because at the end of the day, CDC has won this runoff not by themselves,
no,
but by building a coalition and reaching across the aisle. Yeah. And to those officials around the president, this is my message to you. Because me, I won't be official in your government. I want to tell you this. You have to understand that this second term has to include people from the other side. Yes. You did not win this victory on your own. Yes, the most Liberians, when you look at the results, wanted President Weah, but not enough to secure him an outright victory. Right. But when he reached out, and reached out he did. Yes. Reached out he did. And he was recommended for that. Right. He was able to form a coalition. A coalition much larger than your original coalition that has helped him to secure what is a monumental second term in office. Right. So, the President Weah, I want to say congratulations to you on what appears to be a very important cataclysmic political victory. Yeah.
Costa.
Okay, so while going in there.
Am I in now? Hello? Did I come in now?
Yes, please. You may. But just
okay. Yes. No. I mean, I just wanted to pick up upon the points that were earlier made. I think your point is succinct and very clear. I want to pick up on a few things. The other thing I want to talk about is when you announce the results from Kwani Boni district. And he said, but a little boy got this one to the people here. Obviously, you know, that result from Kwani Boni is a confirmation of what Bwaka has always been, a divisive guy. He has never tried as a national leader to even unify his county. And that's why the people from Kwani Boni are voting against him in a large number. You know, when my sister normally posts, you know, that thing she posted jokingly, it is a tacit way of conceding defeat, even though she tried to be playful about it. Oh, my rescue children, let's go see because they think finish. You know the pellet war for it, I know Akpe or something like that. There's nothing you can do. What has been done cannot be undone. That's the message, the subtle message normally is giving because she's aware of what obtained in Bassa. They were Dumwe who talk about the need factor in Bassa. And I want to expand on it so you guys can get the name of the need factor in Bassa. In Bassa, when you talk Bronsky, you're talking about Gaenyo Kuiponyo. That's how the Bassa people call poor man lawyer. So, you talk Bronsky, you're talking poor man lawyer, the man who helped, to rescue poor people. When you talk about Finlay, you talk about a towering lawyer who was there for other people and making sure the country will prosper. Now, when you talk Kanga, you talk about a man who collected tax money or offering money, let's say offering money, a man who collected offering money from poor people and gave nothing back. That's Kanga. So Nyomli is aware of the chemistry in the country. The people are now saying, we will side with the poor man lawyer, we will side with Bronsky, who is the poor man lawyer's daughter, we will side with Finlay, who was a towering and respected lawyer in our country. There's other Kanga men who been collecting our offering every day, and the church can do anything straight for us, we will vote against them. So Nyomli is tacitly conceding defeat. Now, the BS is coming from Amara and his people pretending to be in some kind of league, and he posting nothing. What Amara is doing is just an exercise or a shameless exercise in the denial of reality. Amara is aware. The reality is very clear. Everywhere you've been counting these results are coming from, it's very clear. CDC is in a massive lead. The CDC is going to deliver a decisive victory. That's only you and I predicted. Of course, sometimes you underestimate your role. When you came on board, you brought a new level of dynamism and energy to the CDC campaign. You are the one who even alerted us to the fact that this old man here was ailing. Today, they were not able to, basically counter your truthful allegation. And when they couldn't counter your truthful allegation, our people believe it. But how do we give our country to this man? The man already said, how is he going to work for us? So you play a pivotal role, and we should be applauding our people. I don't want to waste my time on what strategy Amara doing. We got to applaud our people. Amara just want to be seen. He's a guy who like attention. He was not one of the best and admired ministers in the Sally administration. Most of the people hated him because he just wanted to be seen. He just carrying himself that way, marching up and down, blattering all over the place, acting like he's on top of a game when he was zero man. So we should not waste our energy on him tonight. If he wants, we can have another conversation another time. But the Liberian people have spoken. I want to continue to applaud the Liberian people for listening to you, Brother Costa, for listening to Sister Tilia Ure, for listening to my sister Mariah, for listening to Manikwekwe Dumwe. When the ANC, decided to endorse they were saying all sort of things, but the ANC were rational. The ANC said, look, it's almost like a clean sheet. We can work with this man. It's clean, it's a plain piece of paper. We can work with this man. Whatever shortcoming he had, we can build upon it, we can strengthen his hand and move our country forward. Those are us who came on board to complement the CDC. We were just basically erecting, our own scaffold to strengthen the CDC so that the country can move forward. That's what we did. But United Party did not do that. The United Party were interested in, empty propaganda, all over the place. So the result from Kwarin Boni is indicative that Bouaka is not a national leader, because even in his own low-fat country, people are voting against him from certain sector of the country. Why has he done that? Zero. If you gave him national leadership, you know what will happen to Liberia? Liberia will be divided straight in the middle, and we can't afford it. So we want to again applaud our people. And because you gotta be looking my way, or else I will start sleeping when I listen to you guys. And I'm not talking, I will sleep. But I thank you. I think the conversation is going well. Our people, I understand CDC people are already celebrating, and there's nothing wrong with pre-celebration. We can celebrate, in advance, so people can celebrate. Because somebody just sent me a video, and CDC people are already celebrating the victory because it's convincing. It's a convincing win for the CDC. The CDC brought large number of people. The endorsement from the ANC, the endorsement from the ALP. But we gotta applaud people. These little things we underestimated in our country. If Brother Ure can come and say, look, I will put aside my pride. I will bury my ego. I will stand with President Right. Despite our disagreement, I will stand with this young man and see whether we can give him a second chance to make a man. We should applaud Brother Ure. In this public manner, I want to, I like people who can bury bitterness. You are a better human being when you reconcile. That's what Amara can do. He's still angry because CDC people up and maneuver him. He thought he was clever. But CDC said, Mama, you're not clever. They up maneuver him. So he's an angry man. He's a hate-filled gentleman. He will not behave like Brother Ure who said, look, yes, we have a disagreement with Brother Ure, but when it comes to Liberia first, I will stand with him. At least he's better than the man who bury grudges, the man who is an innate, who carries this innate tribal instinct, doesn't let Congo people, he will devour my country. I don't need that. No matter what Buya did to me, Brother Ure will stand with Brother Ure. Amara can't do it. Amara can't do it. He's better. His heart is dark. Oh, see these people on my new me, right? And I didn't want honor my Buaka and y'all won the last time. And today y'all honor mommy. I will fight your back. That's what he's doing. He's angry. When people are angry, their thought can be beclouded. So that man, I leave him the way he belongs. He can mark all around moreover that he business. He will not undo what has been done. That's why my sister Nyambli, in a tactical way, telling him, say, bro, you gotta go see the lady here. They both be your bar way. That's why nobody saying. How we say in Basa? Oh, they both be your bar way. You gotta go see the lady. Don't fight away for nothing. Because you can't get nothing out of it. So, comrades, let's continue to thank our people. I'm sure we're going to be here. I don't know how long we intend to be here for, because I didn't give me any hair, so. Okay, all
right. Isaac, thank you very much. We'll ask our production team to just post those numbers again from Quad Morning. Let's just look at the numbers again, team, before you. I mean, look at this market. I mean, right, what is it that Buhari could have possibly done to the people of Quad Morning that they will vote for him, that they'll vote against him in this matter? He overlooks them.
Like he overlooks everybody. If you're not for him at any given period, he disregards you. Look what he did to the Southeast.
He never went there.
He feels like you have a different view of him, or you're not favorable towards him.
So he doesn't want to even listen.
He doesn't want to even be bothered with you. And he will just look for who else he can find to fool for a little bit, and then
It's all short term.
it's all short term. Exactly.
But I want to play devil's advocate, and I agree with the Kwame aspect. But with the Southeast though, did he not go there because he was dismissing him, or because he was not able to?
His health.
But even if you are taking a helicopter,
I feel
They have a helicopter.
They claim
I mean, you are running for somewhere.
They said we're going to rent it for 1 day. They're going to rent it for 1 day.
Okay, guys.
Somebody just said, it's not been a bit. I never rent it for 1 day. So see, they bring us to you. You can rent it for an hour.
there's this, I'm always going to go from a real about that there's this Grenadian actor, right? Called Sosa Piggy.
And by the way, when it's a Billy at that station where I carry plenty cuts out of
And your record did not chop up.
But I still think that he could have made it to Grand G. You could have. What do you mean?
There were 2 reasons why he didn't.
People are driving to Grand G.
Tia, have you been on the road to the Southeast?
Of course,
Yes.
I've been not recently.
Exactly, but you know
So I'm not going to leave on
that road.
that everybody
You
knows.
can sleep on that road for like 2 days.
It's solid.
But
But
so Grand G.
He went to that apartment,
you know how the man went to go back? Huh? The man went by way of Sarah.
So basically,
Wow.
we're saying that the man is not. It's just that
You want to
his sickness wouldn't have allowed him to do
Yeah.
that.
And what does that say about
Because
his
the president,
capability
we
to
are
be president?
we are went to Grand G. President,
I don't think that
so let us put things in perspective, because what you're saying will make people think that the road is the problem.
No, it's his health that's the
not
problem.
The fact is, because of the road condition, it makes it highly impossible
Suicidal to put you on that road.
for him to get on that road. And even for people who are, say much younger or have had issues or any
Young
mental
people, right?
health issues, when they get on that road, it is tough. Sometimes they have to sleep on the road because the car will get stuck in the mud. They will sleep for 2
Even
days.
Nima boy
This
didn't
is
go across
without
He
network.
didn't go across Nima.
It is really difficult to get through those roads, and that's for me is why I asked. Sometimes they say the heart is willing, but
The body not anymore.
Everybody not even.
And body not be firewood.
But married to that problem is this mindset that both Nima and Lofa
will make him wait. Right.
There is this thing that
And the so-called North Central
yes,
Alliance.
that I partly hold myself responsible for. But since I went post 2017 that we're gonna have a North Central Alliance, a few guys ran with it and
More than.
they oversold it to Boca. There is actually when I speak to Boca people, they say, but the people now. Then number two, he can't carry himself 4 days. Then married her to the radio we heard from Nyomli and Kun, which is that the papa would not have to campaign.
Will do it for him.
Yeah.
The papa is so strong.
We have to go later.
Relax.
Yeah.
That's,
Relax.
that's the mindset that made them feel comfortable with this. And then there's also a third problem. Whenever they manage to get from the sub-region, that UP made us that very popular sub-region. What did they make the sub-region? The sub-region. Because what's inside the sub-region? You are flown to the south.
When you go big or small,
A sensitive sub-region travels, they always say the papi don't have to be here. We'll run it because
the whole thing was not about the papi.
No.
It was about using the papi to get to where
stepping stone.
Let's also say this, the people also made it clear, they said it, that we don't need to campaign, all we're looking for now a whole watch of money.
Yeah.
I mean, that was their mindset, that this thing is done, the people do not want this man, we're gonna take him first round. And by huge margins, so all we need to do is make sure that they don't break the election because they have no other way.
And they never had to watch, and still the election was not rigged.
And they mistook the massive turnout to be energy on the change for the change argument. So once the down ballot candidates, you had some very strong down ballot candidates, Johnny Imbong and others in the different counties, really galvanizing and mobilizing people to show up and vote.
Yeah.
You be underinvested in get out the votes. And it comes back to that. So it was all about let's go protect the vote, all right now we need to.
And a vote turnout
Complacency
works
is the name of it.
in the favor of the incumbent.
Yes.
Of course, because these are determined voters.
Yeah.
Determined voters,
Yes.
engaged
Exactly.
voters, and it costs money to engage.
They're gonna flip a lot of votes.
Yeah.
Let me ask the question, you think UP was complacent in this runoff, or you felt
They were
like
completely at the very beginning.
they already had this?
And Appleton was actually a poison pill because it sent up the arrogance and it felt like, and Akov actually did the death blow. When I got Akov, the death blow, a comfortable chair, they get it back in the middle.
You know what I mean? Yes, it's just really winning.
So what was so easy to do on the calculator is harder to do at the ballot box.
Yeah.
Because you can't take Akov. That's how you. He said, oh, we can't tell the calculator it worked.
There's no way we can lose. We got Appleton, they got Alcohol.
But you they said I don't go, I don't be a fool. So I don't join the I don't go because
They got it set on the third, the fourth, the fifth.
You know what they call a fool's gold? The Appleton.
But let's talk about that. The Appleton thing, you people are the one who are pushing the narrative that Appleton didn't exist.
Or part of the mistake.
That he was.
in fact they said that when they vote.
That was the vote. In fact, they said it was.
Why would Joey get your vote everything not to give for himself?
there was also the hypothesis that because Appleton's vice tender bearer was called LXC.
LSC, there was a confusion.
There was a confusion, right? So people thought he probably they had taken a lot of votes from LX coming.
Yeah.
UP didn't even want that narrative.
No, they didn't.
Because they don't want mind. We have to diminish LX coming to the extent that
At a point, the men started saying, Appleton ran on grassroots.
I noticed something, gentlemen.
Yeah.
If you know the Congress back road, so if you're careful, you'll notice the small space right before you turn. There's nothing there until Appleton needed to endorse Joe Buckeye. The man probably re-rented the headquarters for a day. I don't get it. That's what I could see it. Private business, and I saw after the endorsement, I see nothing and 5 people out there, but nothing is moving on the wall. Nothing on the wall. It's printed on a flex. And that's it. The next day I was going to eat bar and I took a look on the right and
They were gone.
yeah, the grassroots banner gone. And they read nothing on the wall. I didn't know they play for the party. They put things on the wall.
Yeah.
But in that stage thing,
That ain't the back.
then someone floated a theory to me. One of the fanatics, he said, remember, still we told people they can count 1, 2. So they counted horizontally, they didn't count vertically. So when they did, after he really then they put that. That was after the party guys created. So after saying all of that, they go buy your own vote. He said,
I know, right?
Look, let me tell you something. Joseph Waka told, and folks, by the way, this is a lively chat going on here. Natural election night special. Tomorrow we're going to be back here. We're going to continue to give you more results. We're going to improve on the technical glitches and problems we had here to make sure we come to you with better lighting, better audio, and the Facebook thing disorder as well. But thanks to our team. Fantastic guys.
Yes,
Great
we gotta give a shout out to
We're very, very grateful.
Yes.
Wonderful. Been many years since the day before yesterday, setting up and all. But what I was about to say was this. I might have lost my thoughts.
But let me say something. I want to talk about at the end of this process. What do you think? If you're in the party was to do a SWOT analysis on why they lost this election, right? Because I think they're going to lose. I mean, there's no.
They've lost.
Celebrating. The people posting. The people that congratulate themselves.
Look, I don't see a pathway for them.
they want to run, but they still have to do run. So they win again.
But my thing is, what if they do a SWOT analysis? I want to know what are those moments that they made. If you were in the Mr. Party war room or in the circle, what were those moments that you would say the tide tipped? And because look, say what you want to say, CDC was on her backs at some point.
Oh yeah.
CDC was on her back at some point.
For the incumbent?
And for the Unity Party to have, and I really think Unity Party did something for CDC that CDC didn't even do for itself. Unity Party was able to rally people who at one point in time were at loggerheads, right? Like Mariah said, just for the fear
of UP.
The
fear of UP brought us to CDC.
Exactly.
So round 1, UP rallied the anti-Weah base. In round 2, in round 2, President Weah is galvanizing the anti-Waka base. To now grow a steady 10-20%. Which it turns out, anti-Waka base way bigger than anti-Weah base.
That's true.
And that's true. And the other thing is over-investment in economic grievance as a vote getter. So if you've been tracking the region, so say for example Ghana, much more sophisticated population in terms of literacy levels and so university graduates. That population re-elected an administration that had done poorly with the economy. That is the Nana Akufo-Addo government. And Muhammad Tani was cheated, but they counted it several times. They went to the Supreme Court, they counted it, it still came out sharp. The people had understood the COVID explanation. because Nana Akufo-Addo had the COVID issue just like we have. The Nigerian government, the APC, in that case, it's not the same government, but the party, the APC, did a third term. The PDP charged that APC had underperformed with the economy. In fact, as if the propaganda and other things were bad headlines were not enough, they had a shortage of the naira before election day. And
They had the CBN governor arrested because
yes,
of that.
PDP thought this was a walk in the park. Banking on economic grievance to secure change is poor strategy. You have to add something else.
Agreed.
Yeah.
It's true. Agreed. You have to stop it.
Yeah.
You gotta do, but you can't just cite GDP growth rates indices and then go get votes.
Let me say this. I said this long when we were on another network. Going through playing the fear game and they're saying kush. And they're saying kush. All you said kush. This it will go in a certain way, but not for long. You need to come out and give the people something. There was nothing for the people. And let me say this: when you talk about the anti-UP brought people to this cities.
Anti-Bwaka base.
Or anti-Bwaka base. Same thing happened with the Trump. The anti-Trump people. So you saw Arizona fell, Georgia fell because of the anti-Trump. Liz Cheney and all the guys.
People who never voted Democrat.
Yes.
Supported Biden.
Yes. So it's real. And that's one of the things. So when I sat down, I used to say, when I sat down, I see they're attacking Tilia, they're attacking you. I'm like, Jesus, I love it. You keep attacking them. I don't know what's wrong with those people. How do you attack Costa, you attack Tilia, you attack Uganda, you're going after them.
A lot of characters that you expect in Liberia.
And you know why? You know why?
You go back again and see, you welcome Alex Tyler. These are people that, were with us. That you guys attack, you'll say, oh, corruption people, you sit out of your show. So when people say, oh, Costa left the Unity Party, but if you get Alex Tyler, make it easy for Costa to say, that's not because I fought against this time. You get Jeremiah Cole. Jeremiah Cole doesn't believe in Bogart.
Of course not, he's just looking
Yeah, he
for.
doesn't believe it. Yeah, I believe it.
Yeah.
Came up with this.
But he said the man's brain is going downhill. Well, folks, what time is it now? All right. We will close at 1 a.m. So that's in 15 minutes time. There's no need to take a break because we're out of time. So we'll
collapse of UP alliance first. So
You almost did it.
yeah, no, we just want to take a break. We'll take a break.
I think we should.
All right, so we'll take a 5-minute break and we will be right back. Stay tuned, folks. Thank you very much.
it's still on. It's
You
still
have
on.
to turn it off.